Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, this is Nick from the Ohio Lottery. I'm just testing this out to make sure that it's just working on my end.
Sure. Are you seeing the presenter view, or are you seeing just the regular slideshow right now?
I'm seeing the slideshow, but it says like next slide. I think I clicked on the presenters. I present, I think at around 11. I've not been a presenter using Zoom, so I just want to make sure I'm seeing that. Now I see the entire screen with the Responsible Gambling in Ohio Venues PowerPoint.
Perfect.
Now, can you see me?
Let me see.
I got to change before the thing, but I just want to make sure.
I cannot see your camera right now.
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Now does it work?
Yep.
So this will be, I'm going to move, and like I said, I'm going to throw on a different shirt, but then I'm good to go when I present. And then I would obviously unmute myself and open up the camera. And then when I'm done presenting, just go back to mute and stop video.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. I knew it was easy. It's just, like I said, I don't want to be the one that messes up with technical difficulties.
Yeah, and I completely forgot to add you as a panelist when Karen brought you in. So
No, that's fine.
But I promoted you to a panelist now. So as long as you stay in the meeting, then you'll be a panelist. But if you happen to leave and come back, I'll have to re-promote you to panelist. But
I won't. I will have this up the entire time. I'm just obviously will mute and stop the video. But then I just click on mute and video and I'm good to go.
Yep.
Great. And you guys have all of our slides and everything. So you're the kind of the director.
Yep, I'll take care of all that, and then Amanda will have control to be able to move through the slides. So
great.
She'll move through all those for everybody during your guys' section.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I am now. I feel much better now.
Yep, everything's going to be great.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
No problem.
All right, I'll talk to you.
Muted. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, let's figure everything out. So Corey, you're probably the host. Okay, so if you go to participants, okay, so you are PGN Events host. I'm PGNO Events co-host. Looks like both of us should have the ability to unmute and do cameras. Everybody that's coming on that's an attendee that registered through the website shouldn't even have the ability to use a camera.
Correct.
Because it's a webinar, not a meeting.
Exactly.
And that's what we want, because we don't need 50 squares up.
Sure.
But so like Nick is muted and no video right now, but he can turn it on and we can turn it on.
Yeah. So I made him a panelist when he got in because I didn't add him to the panelist list because I completely forgot when Karen brought him on, but he's good to go now. He can turn his camera on and unmute himself and all those things.
Right. Yeah. And so I'll tell like during the beginning, I'll tell like the speakers, have their camera on during their section, but they don't feel like they have to have it on the whole time.
Right.
But then, so if we go to more, mute participants, allow participants to unmute themselves, allow participants to rename themselves.
And do you have the ability to move through the slides right now?
Let me check, because that's what I was going to go do. It doesn't seem like I do.
Did you try clicking the arrow?
Yeah, but see, I don't, because that arrow only comes up when you scroll over it with your mouse. That's on your screen, not mine.
Okay, let me give you. Hold on, I got to do all this. This is a good thing we started this right now because
Yeah, that's what we needed to check out, because if you know how to do that, then I can give you the list of everybody that needs that power.
Yeah, they're not letting me do it for some reason. Okay, hold on. This might help me. Yep, I think I'm good now. I'm gonna. Okay, let's try this. Now let me try it again. Do you want to try to control the slides now? There you go.
Okay, so okay, so you gave that to me.
Yeah.
So the people that need it, at the beginning, it would be
Derek.
For the first section, of content, it'll be Paul P.
Can you get, well, because you're taking it on like slide 7 or something though, can we just go by slide number? It would make it probably way easier for me to.
Sure. Let me look at the slides then.
I know you have that, but right now with me having the slideshow up, it's kind of hard for me. I'll have to stop my share and all that, but I can.
Yeah. I'll pull it up separately and I'll give you the slide numbers. So it would be Derek for slides 1 through 7.
Okay.
It's going to be Mike from 8 to 12, or I guess 11, because Paul will start with 12. So then Paul P is from 12 to 23. And then Amanda is going to move it for the next section with Karen and Nick and Amanda. So Amanda from 24 to 32.
Okay.
No. Amanda 24 to 37. And then Derek is 38 to 41.
Okay.
Then Mike again is 42 and 43. Then Jess Stewart is actually, we probably didn't give him that ability, did we? Or do we? Do you know?
I think Jess is a panelist.
Okay, good. Jess is 44 to 46. And then let's just give it to you from 47 all the way out. 47 is the panel, so we're just talking, and then you can click to 48, which I'm talking about, but just to not make it crazy, you can finish it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will tell them that Corey is going to give them that power.
And then will they click the arrow or can they hit space bar or whatever?
I told them to hit the arrow. I think they can hit, I told them like to hit the arrow in the corner, but if that doesn't come up, they should be able to use their arrows on their keyboard. I'll remind them, it takes like a minute for the first one to go because it needs to catch up. So don't start hitting like crazy. Just hit it, wait a second. And then once it realizes that like you are the person in control, then it should go smoothly.
Okay. So I'm going to take control away for now. And then.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I got to grab.
I'm going to stop my share because I'm going to put some notes in here for myself.
Okay. turn my, I gotta get more water for the coffee machine.
You know, I was thinking it might be a good idea just to have the people who are ending on every slide just skip to the next one past theirs, and then that gives me time to give remote control before. So let's say Derek skips to 8, you start talking, I give you remote control during that time while you're speaking, and then that makes it a little bit more seamless, probably, instead of waiting on you to get remote control to advance to the next slide.
And they will probably do that automatically because they'll be, you know, clicking, and then it's like, okay, now my section's over.
Yeah.
Okay. And then is there? And then we'll both just kind of be following the questions, and we can also, you know, we can chat to each other privately, or we could just text each other if we kind of want to talk about the questions and what's going on.
You think I should just keep my camera off, or I speak just to make it so people can see the people who are speaking?
Yeah, I think only the people who are speaking should have their cameras on, because then there's too many people up top. It should just be the few that are there.
Yeah.
Sure. Got one from I've already lost Rhonda Norman. Oh man.
Good morning, Corey. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. Derek, you have the ability to control the screen, correct? Have you seen that pop up?
I have not. But let me see.
Hey, Steph.
Hey, good morning. Sorry, I'm early. I just hopped on to make sure I could get on. Sometimes I have problems with my laptop.
Oh, yeah. I would have signed on yesterday if I could. These things are just, I am so ready for in-person trainings.
Agreed.
It is so much.
Me too.
I think people have probably talked about it, but you know, like at the beginning, there was probably some thoughts of like working from home will be nice. It'll be easier, different things like that. I'll tell you what, no, that is not accurate at all.
I completely agree. And then on the treatment side, it's terrible to literally be on the phone for hours.
Yeah.
And then people are sobbing on the other end of the phone. You're not really sure what's happening to them. You know, it's like.
Yeah. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine that at all. Just the effectiveness and the rapport that you have to build. Then like constantly doing these virtual trainings. There are so many things that can go wrong, you know? Like I was just thinking, we had a fellowship meeting on Friday and one of our fellows, you know, there was a huge windstorm and got the power knocked out. She was able to call in, which was fine, but you know, everybody else is meeting, you know, virtually face to face. She was only able to call in, but like, you know, what if she was our stage 1 trainer, you know,
Right.
and lost power for the entire day? You know, what, you know, it's just like so many things can go wrong. I was doing a training earlier in the week and there's a window right here. And, you know, my neighbor decided to have 2 landscapers blow all of her wet leaves for 2 hours. So it's just like, it's just like so many little things that can just go wrong.
Right.
I'm real over it.
Agreed.
I want to be in a room with people. If the Wi-Fi goes off, we can just keep talking. You know, if the PowerPoint goes down, we have PowerPoint printouts and we can keep the training going.
Yep.
Until there's a fire alarm and we have to evacuate. Don't just remember the good parts of in-person. Remember some of the bad parts too.
You didn't get my blueberry cream cheese, damn it, for this bagel. How am I supposed to? Karen said she's on, but not on camera or video. She's not on. She's on as an attendee. So, because she probably is on the wrong link. She should have been emailed. Karen, you should, if you can hear us, you should have been emailed a panelist link.
And if not, we can just make her a panelist when she comes in.
Well, she is in, so let's do
Okay.
that. She's just in as on that attendee slide.
Yeah, so you should be able to just click and have her as a make her panelist.
Promote to panelist.
Yep.
Okay. Karen, you should start hearing us and you should be able to, we should be able to see you. Your video's starting up.
And I think as my ranking member has pointed out, words and language matter, but so does punctuation. And as Mrs. Palm taught me in grade school.
Okay, thank you.
Paul is coming in. Okay. Corey, let's keep following this because Paul is in attendees right now and he should be a panelist. So I'm promoting him to a panelist.
So the link in our calendar took us to the attendee one.
The link on your calendar was an attendee one?
Yeah, that's okay.
Hello. Hi, Michael. Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Hi.
Nice to be promoted.
you've been promoted.
How come I wasn't promoted? Why wasn't I promoted?
You started at the top, Robert. We couldn't promote you.
And I wanted to say real quick, I felt really strange. I felt like I was joining a secret meeting, like I was back in the military. That's why I like turned off my video and everything. So sorry about that.
Derek, I think I'm seeing one thing, or Derek, Mike, I'm seeing one thing that might become a little bit weird with somebody controlling my screen. When I go to the chat box, it'll take their ability to control my screen away or we'll be fighting with our mice.
Yeah, so you need to make sure that your cursor is over the little arrow button for when they want to advance, because then that will help them.
Okay. So I'll be, I'm not sure how much I can monitor chat, and that's just what I'm thinking is.
If you're the main host, Corey, and you're the one doing, I'll say this now because we have a lot of panelists, but I'll say it again. Paul, Robert, Karen, Nick. At like the section breaks, Corey is going to change the power. So I know you got that email, but he'll be doing that. So Corey, I would say just keep your mouse there. Me and Eric can follow the chat. I can be the main chat follower and write down questions to prompt to the presenters during their sections, and then we'll also save some for the panel at the end. So I could be the question moderator.
Okay, and I'll just unmute myself and put my video on when it's my spot. Other than that, I'm just going to focus on making sure folks have the power when they need the power.
Yep, that sounds good.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop my video and mute myself now. That way everybody can have the power.
Okay.
And just so that I understand, Corey, you will put up the PowerPoint that I've sent, and then I will just move it forward. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. It's all built into one PowerPoint. So all you have to do is just click it forward.
Okay. And that'll be self-evident. I know you said the lower left-hand corner, Michael, but.
Yeah, if you could see like where Corey has now, you see there's like arrows on the PowerPoint there.
Yeah.
And we were practicing. You should be able to just use the arrows on your keyboard. Once he gives you power, it just kind of like,
okay.
It takes like a minute, it takes like a second. So like when you click it the first time, it probably won't move, but it just needs to, the system itself needs to catch up to be like, oh, Paul's in charge now, and then it'll start going.
Got it. But I just use my keyboard, not my mouse, my keyboard.
Yeah, so don't just click it like 20 times, because then we're gonna fly at like 50.
Got it. That's good.
And Paul, you may want to use your, I don't know if I guess either works. You just want to make sure that in the bottom left-hand corner that the little forward arrow button is highlighted.
Like
Got
that.
Yeah.
Yep, just like that.
Yeah, it's maybe it'll change once I get the power to do that, but right now the lower menu almost goes above the arrow. So anyway, I'll figure it out. Sorry to fuss the details. It's just always these new technical challenges in the age of Zoom COVID.
Oh yeah, we were talking about it before you got on. We're very ready for in-person trainings. We were talking about neighbors blowing leaves and Wi-Fi being choppy, and it's just there's so many things that you can't control even when you're so prepared.
That's right. Exactly. Good to see you, Robert. I contemplated wearing a bow tie just to be a bookend for you, but I didn't want anyone to think I was making fun of you. So.
Well, I know you have a problem tying it, so we didn't have that class when you were up here.
I don't have a problem tying it because I use a clip-on, so
That's the way to go.
With everything COVID, I do want to say before all the great people get on here, although Paul and I are here, but with the order, and we might be shutting down. Well, we will be shutting down the evening times, things like that. That still hasn't put a damper. Honestly, been looking very forward to this. It almost feels normal a tad, but it's just good. And greatly appreciate with everybody else on, just greatly appreciate. I know Paul and I appreciate just even being able to speak a little bit. It's great stuff.
Yeah, no, and very likewise, very happy to be part of the agenda. It's really great, and giving us the lead off spot. We're honored.
Yeah, hit lead off. Absolutely. Well, yeah, it's kind of like the mini part of last year's in-person conference, the World Cafe, where everybody got to sit down and meet each other, and then we did the panel. that was, by far what people commented on the most. I think they enjoyed the casualness of the round tables, and then the ability to hear more formally from you guys who were up on the panel. So tried to kind of replicate that a little bit by getting, operators such as yourselves and regulators like Amanda and Karen and Nick involved as well to hear both sides. And then later in the afternoon, hear from some clinicians who have worked with you folks at different venues. So it's kind of just a mini version of that, or a virtual version of that for either folks who weren't there or who wanted to hear it again.
Yeah, great.
So we'll just get, it's just, Derek, you're kind of starting us. So I guess I'll say you go ahead and start, but I think we'll wait just a few more minutes, right? Maybe 10:03, 10:04, something like that.
Robert, now our new health officer is custom like you, huh?
Young lady, I apologize. You broke up just a tad, so I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said now our new health director for Ohio has his bow tie on too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's following in your lead here.
Karen, it's been a sin of mine for 57 years to lead in fashion that way. So
that's right. Oh, you do a nice job.
Karen, it's good to hear your voice. I was writing some notes last night about the first time that I ever did this, and meeting Derek and you and Stacy and Steve and all. So it's good to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And hello, Karen, from me. Sorry, I saw you earlier, but just saying hi.
Hi there. Yes, I have a new puppy that I have to take in and out a lot.
Yeah, there's been a COVID puppy boom, hasn't there? Like everybody's been getting puppies.
And Mike, do you have the power to start us, or how does that work with bringing participants on in?
Bringing them in.
Are we just live now and good to go?
Yeah, we're live. We didn't have a waiting room or anything, so everyone's here. Or we can go whenever you say you want to start the day.
Oh, sure. Well, let us start the day then. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the Responsible Gambling in Ohio Venues collaboration across the continuum of care session. When we first started talking about this, we had hoped for in-person environment, but we are far from that these days. So thanks for joining us for this next wonderful 5 hours together, at least 4 hours together, and then you'll have your delicious lunch. And all that we have to share here in Ohio. So often we are referred to as the Ohio model as to what other states and locales should do to really enhance the gambling service system. And I think the lineup of speakers that we have today is really going to be a testament to that. So just some logistical things as we get started today. We're kicking off at 10 o'clock. We will run through our sessions till about noon. Then we'll take an hour for break, resume at 1, and then run till 3 o'clock. You have the opportunity to engage in the chat. So ask questions there, share ideas, thoughts, comments there, and all that you want to make this as engaging and impactful for you. Also, we'll be taking some time out throughout our time to hit on some questions that you might have. So be sure to throw those questions in the chat, and Mike and I will field those kind of as we move along, and then we can serve them up to the speakers as appropriate. A little bit about PG&O. We've been around for a little over 10 years now. March hit the 10-year mark as COVID hit. So hopefully when we can meet in person again, we will have a 10-year, 11-year, 12-year, whatever that will be when we're in person again, celebration, and hopefully you will join us for all of that. we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we are the Ohio affiliate to the National Council on Problem Gambling, which means that we get to learn from the 34 other state affiliates throughout the nation, as well as the leadership and resources available through all that the National Council offers. And that also includes a little bit about membership. So through the work that we are able to do, we're a membership-based organization. I think Corey's going to talk about membership at the end of the session, but you can go to pgnohio.org to find out more about membership, whether that be a PGNO membership, a joint PGNO and CPG membership, or an organizational membership. So those are some of those membership options for you. And if while we're doing my little welcome slides, you want to go over to check out membership, again, head over to pgnohio.org/membership. Who we serve. So as a statewide organization that's really niche with providing the resources and support for problem gamblers, we know that just focusing on those that are struggling with a gambling problem wouldn't be sufficient in appropriately mitigating all of those harms. So we focus on individuals being that problem gambler. One of the pieces that we do for Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services is our quality assurance calls. So we have our on-call counselors make quality assurance calls to the Ohio Problem Gambling Helpline on a monthly basis. That makes sure that the helpline specialists are going through the processes and procedures as designed, as well as identifying any gaps that might pop up, and making sure that we have good resources that are available to those that are calling that helpline. So it's always a big question of kind of the mystery of what happens when I call the helpline. So we're able to help you through understanding that process. And if you're just interested in knowing for yourself, or if you have someone that you may be working with, or a community member that is experiencing a problem, then feel free to call the helpline with them. And then you can kind of see what they ask and can help support them through that process. Because we know just picking up the call the first time can be really hard. And we want to make sure that they've got as much support as possible. We also want to make sure that we support families. And we can do that through our enhancing of our statewide campaigns, through things like our working with our counselors and ensuring that there's resources available for not only the gambler, but their families as well. And really making sure that the families understand that gambling isn't just a situation where, well, it's a problem, I should just stop, but understanding that it is a diagnosable disorder like other disorders, and that it should be treated very similarly. We also want to make sure that we focus on communities. We can do that through promoting our great statewide data. We are fortunate in Ohio to have data specific to problem gambling use rates, as well as general gambling use rates for every board area throughout the state. And this is pretty unique to Ohio, and many other states are a little jelly of us and our ability to really focus in on the areas of most need for those community areas. And it also goes back to that wonderful support that we have through Ohio for Responsible Gambling. And then the final piece is the workforce. And many of you are connected to that workforce today. And we can't say call the Ohio Problem Gambling Helpline and then not have a strong workforce of individuals that helpline then refers to. And that really rounds out the offerings that we have with PGNO, is making sure that the workforce, whether that be the prevention workforce, those that work in treatment, those that work in recovery, as well as operators and regulators, have all the resources, tools, and skills at their disposal to make sure that we provide the greatest support that those that need it. And that's a lot of what we do through the training that you'll see today, as well as upcoming trainings, and also just trying to figure out what the gambling service system looks like in Ohio and how you can navigate that. If you're from outside of the kind of the gambling field, it can be a little difficult to understand where all these pieces fit together. If you're a counselor that's interested in providing gambling services, how do I get that GAM endorsement? Those are all pieces that we're here to help with, so we can continue to build out that strong workforce. PGNO's approach is one of connectivity. So as we look at Problem Gambling Network of Ohio, network is the most important word that we have within our name. And it's really through that network and ability to make those connections that we're able to see that broad and long-lasting change. When it comes to legalized gambling and gambling expansion, we are neutral, which I think also puts us in a pretty unique position. We're not pro-gambling, we're not anti-gambling. We can serve that nice middle ground. And part of that, though, is making sure that we have appropriate consumer protections in place when we look at expanded legalized gambling and what those implications might be. So we are many times the only, or in some cases, the few advocates for those responsible gambling measures with expanded legislation or expanded gambling. And we want to make sure that we are that voice and continue to have those strong relationships kind of at all levels. And then our overall approach for our organization is from a disease perspective. We want to make sure that we are understanding that gambling disorder is a disorder like we would have with other things. And I apologize, my child is on quarantine with us, so she may pop in throughout and say hello. So this is Leela. Say hello, everyone. Say good morning.
Hi, Leela.
Hi, Leela.
Parenting at home during COVID and quarantine is so much fun. So with PGNO's approach, again, advocating for those consumer protections and understanding the disease of addiction so we can provide support to all those that are in need. There's a whole lot of ways to get connected with PGNO. We like to send out our weekly newsletters as well as engage through social media. So follow us on Facebook, connect with us on Twitter, and connect with us on LinkedIn as well. We want to make sure that we are the source that provides all the information that you might need related to what's going on in Ohio, as well as what national trends or international trends are happening. Because we know with so much expansion and so many avenues for appropriate responsible gambling measures that we can learn from others who are in this environment, or who, especially looking at Europe, can learn from them and hopefully not repeat some of the challenges that they've experienced in their area, so we can learn and do better. So connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn for additional information and up-to-date news and happenings. Also, I want to make sure that you get familiar with the Zoom dashboard. There's a lot of features that are available. We've got the chat that we already talked about, so feel free to chat in the questions that you have. If you've got resources, throw that in there as well. I will mention that we have a Google folder set up for the handouts for today, including the PowerPoint presentation, so that will be available. Also, this session is recorded and we'll have that available in the member center of PGNO whenever our technical geniuses can make that happen. Also, want to get your reactions to some things. So when you click on your little face, then you can do your reactions. So you can give us a little hands up or whatever, if that is something that's available, and it may not be with webinar. As I mentioned, the slides and PGNO handouts will be available on the link. As soon as I pop off screen, I will throw that in the chat section so you can pull that up and work from there. You should have entered yourself in mute, but if not, please make sure you are muted when you are not speaking to minimize distractions, like when you have a 2-year-old, as I will be doing. And then for our presenters, when you're presenting, please just a reminder to have your cameras on so we can see your glowing faces. And while we can't make connections in an in-person environment, at least we can help with those connections in this virtual world and really getting to have that name attached to that face and get to know and connect with people as best as possible in this environment that we're in. Want to make sure that we always have this trigger warning presented. So those that are in recovery from gambling, that some of the presentation today may include imagery that may be triggering. So want to be mindful of that, and that you are able to take care of yourself. And if you need to step away, take a break, that's okay. We want to make sure that this training is as impactful for everyone as possible, and know that there may be times when you just need a little break. We recognize that and acknowledge that, and want to make sure that you take care of yourself. And then the last thing is images. So the majority of the images, at least from PGNO's side, that you'll see has either come from pictures that we've taken or pictures that come from Canva or Pexels. So we want to make sure that we are following all copyright laws and are consistent with standards. So that's where we get most of our imagery. And then we all have these wonderful rectangular little devices that we can take pictures on, and that's what we like to use as well. With that, I'll turn things over to Mike.
All right. Am I unmuted? I am unmuted. Great. Thank you. So yeah, we're going to do it. We kind of did some introductions. I'm actually going to leave. We have a number of speakers. We wanted to get all our attendees a little bits and pieces from so many folks from around the state who have experience and expertise in a lot of different fields. So I'm going to ask the speakers just, a brief introduction of who you are and where you work during your sections, as opposed to doing a long laundry list of all our speakers' bios and things today. But here they are. We have a number of folks from Hard Rock, Paul Pellizzari from Hard Rock International, Robert Wamsley from Hard Rock Casino in Cincinnati, Amanda Blackford from the Casino Control Commission, Karen Russo and Nick Ciofani from the Ohio Lottery Commission, Derek Longmire, who you have spoken with already from PGNO. We have Bruce Jones, who's a clinician in Columbus at Maryhaven, Claire Spada, who's in problem gambling prevention at Lake Geauga Recovery Center, Stephanie Gear, a gambling clinician at Meridian Healthcare in Youngstown, myself, and Jess Stewart, who is a recovery advocate who will be finishing off the day. So you're going to get a lot of information from a lot of folks from around the state. Here's our brief agenda. You would have seen this already, but we're going to turn it over very shortly to Robert and Paul to talk about some responsible gambling programs that they use in their venues. Amanda and Karen will be discussing how regulators work with these operators on RG programs. Then Amanda, Karen, and Derek will be discussing gambling legislation and how nonprofits and regulators historically approach responsible gambling and problem gambling inside of those legislations. We'll break for lunch. You can either feel free to sign off and come back, or you can just, you'll already be muted, but kind of just hang around. So do whatever you feel is more comfortable. We're going to come back with Bruce, Stephanie, Claire, and myself talking about how prevention and treatment professionals have collaborated with operators and regulators over the years. So that's conference and coalition involvement, that's attending meetings, that's media campaigns, all different sorts of things. Jess is going to share a personal story and talk about advocacy that he does on the recovery side. And then we have a panel at the end. So again, feel free to ask some questions in the chat during the presentation. So if time allows, we can kind of ask while those questions come in. Otherwise, we'll save them for the panel at the end. And let's move forward. Corey, I may have lost the power. Here we go. So I lost the power because it was transferred to Paul. So we're going to start off with Paul Pellizzari and Robert Wamsley talking about responsible gambling programs. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Mike, and everybody. And we're going to kick it off to the smart person here, Paul. But I just wanted to say real quick is we appreciate this invitation. I was talking at the beginning that I was thinking it was 2013, 2014 when we first started this. The first invitation came down. Loved working with everybody in this. It's something that's holistic. It's something that's great that we're able to provide items, things back, because it's so important to us, not only at Hard Rock, but with all of us here in the state that do responsible gaming. So appreciate that very much. And my good friend Paul, who is going to give you a great talk, and I'll make small comments throughout. What a great guy. One of the first people I met at Hard Rock over a year and a half ago. He has been with Hard Rock for about 2 years. He has been 20 years in this business. The only thing I do wish that if you all want to talk about is I have my Massachusetts accent, and Paul is from Canada, so we have that going on. And Paul has numerous degrees, but with the current exchange rate, all the Canadian degrees he has equals about one of bachelor's degree in the United States. But I say that because he's a great guy, and I think you'll get a lot out of this. So Paul, I'm going to shut up and let you get into the meat of this great presentation.
Great. Thank you, Robert. As always, lots of fun to be with you, and really, really happy to be presenting to this group. And I want to thank Derek and Michael and PGNO for inviting us to be here with you. I've been to Ohio a number of times already now, and I really like coming to Ohio, not just because we have an amazing property in Cincinnati, led by people like Robert and our president, George Goldhoff, and others, but because the Ohio model, I think, is a really great approach to responsible gambling and problem gambling, preventing and mitigating it. It really is well-resourced and well-coordinated. And so it's welcome territory for me. And as Robert mentioned, I come from Canada originally. And so it's very familiar to me, and I think it's a very effective model. So with that said, what Robert and I are going to talk about today, and Robert will jump in because he is a great voice, and you don't want to hear me drone on too long. But what we're going to talk about really is an approach that operators can take toward integrating responsible gambling prevention and mitigation into both customer experience and into employee experience. And we're going to focus on training and the way training and culture building can help deliver that. But really, I always say when I talk about this, and I've been in the responsible gambling space I've been in social responsibility for over 20 years, but I've been doing responsible gambling for 14 years. And there's two audiences and targets that matter, and that is players, and when you're an operator, your employees. Without being successful with those two groups, nothing else really matters. So I think we can all agree that we want to prevent and mitigate harmful gambling, and we, as an operator, we want our players to be able to return to us in a healthy way over the long term. So really, this approach is we try to embed it in our overall purpose as a business. So we're going to talk about approach, what our priorities are, what our objectives are, what we can do to reinforce and support initiatives on the player-facing side and on the employee-facing side. And we will, of course, talk about the continuum of care and how all of this and how our role as an operator really does need to integrate into all the services that are offered in Ohio and really building them and deepening those partnerships which already exist. So that's what we're going to talk about overall today. And so just to lead off the approach that we take, so Hard Rock does have a philosophy that's rooted in informed decision making, and the other thing that I think is hopefully interesting that we bring to the table is an approach based on player risk segmentation that seeks to help all players. So while of course responsible gambling and problem gambling has to help those who are experiencing risk and harm, we have to be very good at interacting with those players when we see signs of problems arising, being good at being able to have those conversations and bridging them to support services and to something like voluntary exclusion. Sorry, as you call it in Ohio, it's voluntary exclusion, which I actually like. I think it's a good name for it. But we also have to think about ways and deliver on ways that we can support people who are new, casual, and regular players. And so a lot of what we're going to talk about is serving all those profiles and training our employees to be able to understand and recognize different signs and comments and be able to provide education supports and interactions that are around helping people gamble in a healthier way, and then knowing when and how to interact with people who are experiencing risk and harm signs. And this approach underpins everything we're going to do with Players Edge. So we have created our own branded player education program or platform, and we call it Players Edge. And I am a very strong believer in being evidence informed, like working with not only academics and independent researchers from various institutions. And again, one of the fortunate things for me being at Hard Rock International is I get to go to different jurisdictions and work with people from a variety of countries. But we not only that research community, but also market research and understanding your players. If we're going to be effective with players, we need to understand and invest what their needs are, what their perceptions are, and we need to speak in their own language. So Players Edge really is about taking responsible gambling information and the kinds of messages we need to provide to people, making it relevant, putting it in their voice, and trying to break through with them so that we get their attention. That's really what it's designed to do. And if you look at it, the language and the imagery, and you say, well, that actually kind of looks like a casino loyalty program, then you're right, because we've designed it to look at that, to look like that. to deliver responsible gambling education and messages when you're an operator, almost all of our activity is focused on the gaming floor and through direct communications that we have with players. And so players don't come to a casino saying, I want to get some responsible gambling information. No one comes to a casino with that in mind. But that said, when you look at the kinds of things we can do to educate players to understand themselves and how they gamble, to understand that they should set a budget and stick to it, to understand that they need to look for risk signs that may develop, those are all things that actually players are interested in if you frame it the right way. So we've done research. I've put up a couple citations here from the independent research community, but we also did extensive research with our employees and with players to design this approach and this look and feel so that we can convey messages in an effective manner. I'm going to pause and ask my friend Robert if he wanted to comment, question, ask anything provocative, insult Canada, whatever you want to do.
We'll save that latter for another time. But Bob, I think you capsulized it perfect, and we'll talk a little bit more about training, which in a little bit with team members, which is one of the greatest things about this program. So I think we can move to the next.
And please, I realize we're in a web format here, but I love talking to people across the responsible gambling, problem gambling sector, and any questions or comments you have, I welcome them, whether it's through this venue and being managed by Michael and Derek, or through an email or something like that. Love to hear people's feedback. To give you just a taste of the kinds of messages and the range of messages that we provide through Player's Edge, education is a critical dimension, as I mentioned. And as we know, gamblers, whether they are new or regular or people experiencing risk, have often lots of fanciful ideas about how gambling works. And so there's lots of myths out there, and we need to, in a way that is respectful and effective, be able to address those. So one of the messages we've led off with Player's Edge is going right at the old chestnut, why are some slot machines hotter than others? And of course, the answer to this question is, well, there's no such thing as a hot slot machine. All plays are random. We use a random number generator to create outcomes, and don't believe that any machine is ever due for a win. So these messages are conveyed on gaming floors through digital signage, through print collateral, including rack cards that are available on the gaming floor. And we train our employees to be able to have these conversations and to give them the collateral so that if they're having a conversation with someone about randomness and random number generators, trying to address that myth, they can say, look, I have some information for you. If you're interested, you can go check out our website, playersedge.org, that talks about this. So it's about having consistent messaging that is then reinforced with employees so the employees can deliver it, because those conversations are very important. Another message that we've rolled out with, and I should mention that we rolled out Player's Edge starting in the late fall of 2019, and we've been carrying it across all of our Hard Rock and Seminole gaming properties. That's 14 properties, and it's a standard for us. So if you go to any Hard Rock property, you'll see this information. Another message, can I hold my seat at the slot machine that I'm playing? So this one I think is effective because it combines a few things. One thing is that we want to encourage people to take breaks. And so if someone is playing for a while and they maybe want to still continue to play at their slot machine, we can explain the rules for taking a break. We can encourage them to take a break. And if they, depending on the rules of the property, if they're allowed to hold that machine, they can do so. But we also throw in the information of, you might enjoy playing the slot machine and you want to come back to it. That's fine. You like this game, no problem. But please remember not to invest time in it, because whether you play here for 10 minutes or 4 hours, you're not going to increase or change the odds of an outcome on that slot machine. So we slip that message into this card as well. And then, of course, we have to have messages for those who are in trouble. And so promoting the 1-800 help resources and your voluntary exclusion and so on, we have that messaging everywhere as well. And one thing that I'll say that I think is different from other ways that sometimes that these help messages are promoted is we try to speak to a gambler and what they're feeling and experiencing in the gaming environment. So we use a tagline like, do you feel like you can't leave? Because that is actually something that a player who's in trouble feels at the end of a night when they're in the gaming environment. And the hooks we use for these kinds of messages, they come from players themselves through a variety of sources I have to get sort of feedback through focus groups and other research that's done, and from clinicians. We want to appeal to behavior, because that is, again, we're trying to be effective with our communications, and being able to break through with someone so that they pay attention to this message is one of our challenges. Again, I'll pause. Robert, anything you wanted to add to that?
I think that the biggest thing that we're seeing now with this type of approach is, I think, Paul, you said it very well, as opposed to maybe sometimes other ways, is, you know, this collateral out on the floor, we vet it through our regulator, Amanda Blackford, who's an outstanding PATNA here in the state, as well as what I think you said, Paul, with clinicians and other experts. And we're already seeing, while we've had this since our reopening time frame about July, that we're seeing patrons talk about this, which is super important to me, because there's a great depth and breadth and great support underneath this type of message.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, so now turning to, that's sort of the setup for the approach and the way we want to try to talk to players. So I'm going to turn now to how we build up capacity and competency with our team members through training, and not only training, but I'll also talk about culture building and reinforcements that have to happen after you do the basic training. So our approach is to look at the sort of risk signs and harm signs that employees will see on a daily basis on the gaming floor, sometimes called red flag behavioral indicators. And again, there's the research literature that's well established to outline what these behaviors are. Research coming from Canada, from Australia, from the US. And we turn those indicators, we create a framework around how we teach the competencies for our employees to basically be able to have difficult conversations with people based on the red flags that they see, and give them supports and be able to bridge to the assistance and referrals to support services. So again, our training is co-designed and co-delivered with the Florida Council for Compulsive Gambling. So I am speaking to you from Florida. This is where Hard Rock's head office is. And we have a great relationship, ongoing working relationship with the Florida Council for Compulsive Gambling, led by Jennifer Cruz, great agency. And they, along with Dr. Roy Reed from UCLA, have helped create the content for our training program, and they go on the road with us. So in Florida, all our Florida properties, Jennifer comes around and actually helps us deliver the training. And for other Hard Rock International properties, Dr. Reed has come and we deliver these trainings to supervisors. So two aspects of the training program. One is a 30-minute online module that is taken by all guest-facing employees. So it doesn't matter if you're a slot attendant or a food and beverage worker or someone in table games or marketing for that matter. They all take a 30-minute online module that basically outlines the fundamentals about problem gambling, responsible gambling, talks about what team members might see on the floor, what they see on the floor, what those signs mean, and what we can do about it. That's the sort of basic approach we take. And we want employees to know the kinds of conversations that they can have. So if a slot attendant knows a player who's making a comment about, well, you guys have tightened up the machines and they're not paying out like they used to, a slot attendant might be able to have that conversation with the person if they know them and they feel comfortable. And they might say, I hear what you're saying, but all plays are random and we want you to have fun, but know that investing time in a slot machine isn't going to change the outcome. They can have those kinds of conversations. However, when they see a player who's maybe becoming agitated, maybe making comments like they can't go home because their wife's going to kill them because they've spent all the rent money, those kinds of situations, we train our frontline employees to escalate that to a supervisor or manager. And so to help our supervisors and managers deal with those situations, those trickier situations, we provide a 2-hour classroom training. And again, just a few weeks ago, I was in Cincinnati working with Robert and others, and was happy to see Derek and Amanda Blackford come out to see one of our sessions. We delivered this training to all supervisors and managers. And the idea here is Supervisors and managers see these situations all the time. They have these difficult conversations, but we want to standardize training so that they know what they're seeing, what to do about it, and how to be able to bridge those players showing those signs to assistance and referrals, all the great services that many people who are on this WebEx provide. So the sessions are interactive. They're about role playing. We provide scenarios, and it's really about skills building. One of the things that's interesting about the casino business, and those of you who've been working with us for a while, hopefully have observed this, is that we're a highly regulated business. We live and die by standard operating procedures and the ability to carry those out in a systematic way. As a result, we're actually very good at modeling behavior. So when employees see their supervisors and their senior leaders behaving in a certain way, they actually replicate that pretty quickly. And it was actually a behavioral psychologist that pointed this out to me. Someone I was working with sort of said, actually, you guys are really good at modeling behavior. And so this is important. And so this is why when you have a tone from the top, like our president in Cincinnati, George Goldoff, or the president of Hard Rock International, Jim Allen, the CEO rather, and chair, Jim Allen, they say this matters to us and we're doing something about it. That then trickles down. And so when we provide a training like this and say to our supervisors and managers, we want you to have these interactions with people, it actually matters. And we'll give you the skills to carry those out. That can then affect the culture of a gaming environment, and we can provide better supports. So that's the overall intention of what we want to do. Mr. Walmsley, any color commentary?
Yeah, I'll have more commentary when we get a couple slides with regards to supervisor support, but I think it's so important, as you said, Paul. So what I love about this is that frontline fundamentals, so everybody here understands, is that Paul hit it perfect. It doesn't matter who you are at this property, that you'll receive this training from somebody in Starbucks up to our property president. They have a time that they have to do this. And what I love about our property president is being in compliance, and I like being the mean and hard one in the universe is, hey guys, we're presenting this, you have ample opportunity, we take questions, we look at this. But if the training is not complete, the person does not work here in Cincinnati at all. That training must be done. And Paul, we usually tell a story, and hopefully I'm not stealing it, but when we first opened up, one of the first responsible gaming conversations we had in 2013 was from a young man in Starbucks. And thank goodness the Starbucks employee had just been trained, knew what to do. Again, as Paul says, we're not clinicians, nor do we pretend to be. That's what the expertise of and having great collaboration with PG&O and others is. But this again helps that individual on the front line, regardless of their level, to understand and get that person some assistance.
Right, thank you, Robbie. You remind me of a good point that I didn't make, but is important to make, and that is part of the training is also explaining to employees the things they should not do and the roles that they do not play. Because that is as important as knowing what to do. So we explain very clearly, don't think that you can diagnose someone with having a gambling problem. Even if you've worked in the industry for 30 years and you think you've seen it all, maybe you'll be right if you guess someone's got an addiction, but maybe you won't be. And don't think that you can do that. We need to bridge people to the trained clinicians who are able to actually carry out that kind of diagnosis.
Paul, interesting question regarding trainings, and I guess it kind of goes to what you train folks that they can and can't do. And Robert, the example about a person working at the Starbucks, there was a question about the role plays. Do the role plays have a scenario about a fellow employee possibly with a problem with gambling? Now I know that maybe a dealer at Hard Rock Cincinnati can't gamble on the floor, but maybe before or after work or in the break room, they know or they hear someone discussing, so maybe they're gambling on their phone or they're doing sports or something. Is there a scenario where a fellow coworker knew a coworker started to develop a gambling problem and how to have that conversation?
Yeah, that is a great question, Michael, and thank you for raising it. And I'm sure many people here, or everybody probably knows that there is a higher prevalence rate rather of problem gambling amongst casino employees. And that is a reality of the industry. And so this training, the short answer to your question is we have not yet created a module that addresses that particular issue. In my past life, I have created that kind of training, the element of training to deal with that. And I tell you that that is something we will be addressing in the future with Hard Rock, because again, our training is not static. We have this as foundational training. Every year we're going to have supplemental modules that build upon the basics, and that topic is one we will be addressing for sure. It is a very difficult topic to deal with, I will tell you from lived experience, because it's tricky to talk to a colleague about any kind of problem that they're having in their life, let alone something like this. There are things that you can do, and having a training that points it out, and really just making resources available. That is actually making it part of the daily conversation, making it part of the normal environment where this is just what we do and how we talk about it. That can help a lot, but that will be a future thing that we will address. But great question. Thanks so much for it.
Yeah.
And Paul, if I can just add one thing for my is from a logistics standpoint, one of the things we also do on property is when we have a new class starting, which is about every 2 weeks, whether of employees in the wide spectrum, table games, buffet, what have you, I run those names through the Ohio VP to try to identify if we have somebody that might be on there. This is something Amanda and I talked about a couple of years ago. And what, you know, not embarrassing the employee, anything of that nature. Then I'll talk to them. We honestly don't have that happen very often, but it has. And we will talk. And one time we talked through the person, this is prior to Hard Rock, and we suggested a different work experience here that may not be directly related to gambling, such as table games or slots, what have you. So it is a really good question.
And so going back to the point about what it is that employees can recognize and can take action on, and then the things that they can't. This is a slide actually from our training, and we often talk about with our employees, what are the underlying factors that drive someone to have a gambling problem or a problem with alcohol or with other substances, and talk about the fact that there's a backstory with someone's life, and they may be experiencing depression or trauma or loneliness, all the things that clinical people deal with in a clinical environment. And we say it's important for you to understand this, but understand that you can't see this and you don't know this. And actually, it's not necessarily your job to delve into these kinds of things with a player. So those things are important to understand in terms of what drives an issue, but it's the white puzzle pieces floating around the core of the individual that are the things you will observe on a gaming floor. So these are examples of the kinds of indicators we train employees to look for: length of play, irrational beliefs, personal hygiene, those kinds of things. These are the things you can observe. So when you observe them, what are the actions that you are supposed to take? Escalate it, have the conversation, get a supervisor or a manager to have those conversations. And another thing that is different about the approach we're taking from other training programs is that we actually want all supervisors and managers to be able to have these difficult conversations. And that is a change because historically, I would say across jurisdictions, often it's the security managers and supervisors who will be tasked with having the difficult conversations. And certainly there will be circumstances where those people are the ones who have to intervene. But we want to create a culture where a pit boss in table games or a slot supervisor or a marketing manager is able to actually have the difficult conversations and be able to provide a voluntary exclusion brochure, or provide a small business card that has the Wayne and Hedren number on it, because they're having those interactions on a daily basis. And we're trying to make that part of their job description. Robert, anything?
Other than this was probably the one of the most talked slides during training, which the inner core puzzle pieces of what you all on this website do every single day, and how the outer ones fit in for our team members. And it was really very exciting to see, and the response we got on that.
Great. So just some output data in terms of our rollout of this to give you a sense of it. Across the Hard Rock world, we've trained, actually it's 12 properties, not 11, so I got to update the slide because we did Cincinnati. COVID has interrupted the rollout of this, obviously, but we've 13,000 frontline employees trained on the online module, and then over 1,200 supervisors and managers trained with the 2-hour session. And again, like data and I like feedback. And so we do a formal survey, a simple one, but we're averaging 4.6 out of 5. And we just basically ask, you know, do you feel that you have more knowledge and better understand basic facts about problem gambling and the behaviors that you observe? Do you have are we providing you with the appropriate information to educate new casual and regular players? And as supervisors, are you able to interact with and support players showing serious red flags and making responsible gambling part of your job, providing exceptional guest experience? And this is the core part of it, which is, this is our culture. We do many things to rate ourselves on providing excellent guest service, and this is just going to be one of them. And the other thing that I find is welcome about this approach to the training is that we're just providing clarity on what their role is and things that they can do. And this is one of the hardest parts of the job. If you are a career casino employee and you've seen lots of very heavy stuff in your career, you can feel bad about it and you can sometimes feel helpless about it. And so by sort of saying there are things that you can do, and we're going to clarify them, it really does help help alleviate some of that anxiety. And I should mention, actually, I think I have it on the next slide, but I'll pause there. Robert, anything you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, we'll talk, I think, a little bit more here in a sec, but I can't stress to this group enough. And one of the things Paul and I talked about when we invited Amanda, we invited Derek and Corey and Mike and others down, because we kind of wanted to strip away and say, hey guys, you take a look at this training. And a great legal term, without passion or prejudice, they looked at this. We had a great meeting afterward. They gave us some great comments about this. But there's the holistic of having everybody in our team support, and is so broad-based for our team, and the scenarios and the role play and things we do to help support and the focus on the patron and ensuring the patron is okay is, you know, we're all kind of geeky, but it's very, very exciting to me.
And a couple of other, I just peeked ahead and I realized I don't have another slide on culture building, so I'll speak to it. I'll just speak to it. As I said before, these training programs are foundational. So we deliver them, if we call this year one, because it's the first time we've rolled them out at Cincinnati. Everyone takes them. We support them by having Players Edge teams at the property, and Robert is the leader of that team, supported by his colleague Eric. And that team meets every 6 to 8 weeks. It has representation from across. In fact, Robert had like 25 people at the first meeting from all departments: table games, slots, marketing, human resources, compliance, food and beverage, public spaces. All those people are involved in the ongoing rollout and execution of the program. They plan initiatives we're going to do and they execute on them, and then they report back on performance of them. So we meet every 6 to 8 weeks. We roll out new Players Edge messaging every 6 to 8 weeks. And this group provides two-way feedback. And a lot of the ideas, as I said before, around the messaging we use, there's two voices that matter, players and employees. And a lot of the ideas come directly from our employees for the messaging, because it's stuff that they hear on a daily basis. Other things we do to reinforce the culture is, as I said, this is foundational training. Next year, we're going to have a 15-20 minute online module that will be new and different and fresh. And it will build upon topics that were learned in the foundational trainings. And for example, Michael, the question that you asked around how do we deal with employees who may be having a problem, that's the kind of topic that we will include in a refresher training every year, and it will change every year. Then on a 3-year cycle, we will change the foundational training. We will update it, because we are now in a living culture where it's part of who we are, and we need to have ongoing education and build upon what we've done. Another thing that we're rolling out to reinforce this, is data gathering on the interactions that supervisors and managers have on the difficult red flag signs. So here we are not tracking any player in a identified way. It's anonymous tracking, and all we're looking for is in a simple tick box fashion. Supervisors, when you have that difficult conversation, tell us what signs you saw. Was it an observable sign of someone being at a machine for 12 hours? Did someone make a comment? Were they agitated? Tick, tick, tick. And then what did you do about it? Well, I suggested taking a break, tick, and I gave them the voluntary exclusion brochure, tick. That's it. We want to be able to measure these things, because what gets measured gets done. And also so I can gather data together with Robert and the management team and look at what's effective and look at what areas we need to maybe support further with other enhancements. Robert.
Yeah, just to echo what you're saying that way, Paul, the whole underlying support all the way through, and we're going to talk about what this group does that we're talking about here in a second. But again, just can't say enough about the program, what we're taking a look at. Another thing that showed benefit just the other day was when we had a marketing person in this training, we had a player who wrote us a evaluation of our property, which all the properties do. Hey, the buffet was this, or this was this, or this gaming. That person commented very well. Then at the end, they said, yeah, I just, hope my family doesn't realize that I'm here as often. That marketing person, because of this, may not have before, but immediately identified that, pulled that out of our comment sections, and made sure that I and Eric, my compliance manager, knew that right away, so we could reach out to that person and point them to the direction of help within the state.
Great. I didn't know that story, Robert. Thank you for sharing that. That's a good one.
Sure.
And I will turn it over to you, sir, to talk about collaborating across the continuum of care.
So super important, and most of the people that know me on this know I love to talk, and I was just looking at my wristwatch to make sure I don't gab too long. But I think it's important that the compliance officers at the different casinos and the compliance people at the lottery stations are there to ensure that with our regulators, we are meeting the gaming regulations and signage and what have you. We don't have passion or prejudice either. We're taking a look at this. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I'm looking at this slide and thinking about Mike Rosen at the Center for Addictive Treatment. And Derek and I have known each other for a long time when we talk. And then Corey, who I just met, who came down here, and Mike Baselli, who was outstanding. The state of Ohio with Stacy and with Mike, Scott Anderson, he's not very funny. He needs to work on that, but what a great partner that he is. Derek, Corey, Karen at the lottery. It's you guys that make us so important. So I think for 4 years, we did a great job. We've been purchased a couple of times, and quite honestly, we kind of pulled back and I'm talking Cincinnati specific, because of getting sold and taking a look at. Just in the last few weeks, talking to everybody about new programs we're going to do, new things we're going to do. We really look to you leaders, and we're excited when this COVID ends to get you here, to work with us, to listen to your expertise and see what else we can do for our patrons, which are the most important. And a quick plug for military type of things. That's one thing as a retired Navy officer and love of the United States Navy. When I attended your session a few weeks back with the presentations and the graduation, I was struck by a couple of the military comments, and personally would love to get involved with that. I think that you'll see that, like with all other casinos and lotteries in this state, where the people that are responsible for this are very passionate. We look to you, we look to hear your comments, and I appreciate this collaboration here from that standpoint. And then I'm going to let Paul talk about how important that is as well.
Great. No, thank you, Robert. And what I will say is that sorry, and I've just messed up my screen here. There we go. This approach and building relationships across the different services that are offered in different groups taking action here is something I'm trying to replicate across other jurisdictions where Hard Rock operates, because it's just better for players who are experiencing problems when you have this kind of collaboration and when you have an integrated approach. And I'll tell you that most jurisdictions are not like Ohio, and so it makes it a bit more challenging. I'm always amazed when we do the training, when we explain. We actually do a segment where we take people through. We ask our employees, well, what happens when you phone the 1-800 number? What's that conversation like? And what do you think the treatment services and other services that are offered, what do you think they are? And it's amazing how little they know. And so education. So if we were asking our employees to hand out a 1-800 number and say this is a good service, they need to understand what's behind it. So lots of work to do there. Look forward to other collaborations with groups in Ohio. And again, it's a treat for me to come down there because it is such a well-developed system that you have. And I think we'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you, both of you. We have one question, and you have just a few minutes, so we can get that one in. But about the collaboration, the connection, we think it's so important. So we always appreciate both of you being on and sharing all these thoughts. Derek mentioned at the beginning, about network, and that we appreciate, we hold that near and dear so many of the other affiliates to the National Council use that term council, this state's council, this state's council. And we really, we enjoy having the word network, and people have asked us, should we change to the Ohio Council or go back? Because we used to be called the Ohio Council. And we like the word network, and it's because of that Ohio model, and that both of you and Ohio for Responsible Gambling are in our professional network. And then we're also the network for the communities and the families and the individuals we serve. So, we think strongly of that and our network and how we work so well together with all of you. So we think that's really important. But going back, and this could be a question for Paul or maybe Robert, because it's actually about a venue question. The last slide, looking at the different warning signs and whatnot. Do staff report seeing more visual signs or hearing more vocal signs of problem gambling when they're on the floor?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, and that's when I screwed up my screen. I was looking at that question. So the short answer is I don't have any data from Hard Rock yet, because we are just in the process of rolling out our data tracking. It's one of the things Robert's working on with his team there, and we're doing that across all the other properties. So maybe this time next year, I might have some data that I could share with you from the Hard Rock empire. What I can say from my previous life where I've done this, and again, I rolled similar kind of approach out across 27 casinos in Ontario, is that what typically there will be more reporting on. What typically actually what happens is that there's a combination of signs. It's whenever there's an interaction that's taken by a supervisor or manager, that usually doesn't happen until there's multiple signs that are seen. So they'll see someone who's been at a slot machine for a long time, and they made a comment, and maybe their personal hygiene isn't so good, right? It's almost always a combination of signs. And so that it's hard to tease out a quantum for observed signs versus heard signs. I will say that in the cases where there is a single sign that has been acted upon, it probably is a comment. So if someone says something that sounds very serious, like I've lost all my family's money, or I'm going to commit self-harm or something like that, then that if there's a single sign, it'll be that one that will get action. So my best answer at this point.
That's great. We got some more coming in that I think we can save to the panel because they're a little bit loaded, and that's what the panel is for, the panel discussion a little bit later. About prevention treatment professionals and working together. So I think that'll be great for the panel after we hear from some of them. So again, Robert, Paul, thank you so much for being on and sharing this awesome program. Sounds like we already have part of a session for next year with some new data, maybe at an in-person conference. So thank you again. And we are going to move to the second section, and we're going to bring in Amanda Blackford with the Ohio Casino Control Commission and Karen Russo with the Ohio Lottery Commission. Amanda and Karen are both up and visible, and you should have the ability to control. So take it away. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We're going to be talking about properties and how regulators in Ohio work with all of the casino and racino properties in Ohio, and what some of the regulation looks like that you guys maybe don't see on a regular basis. So the Ohio Lottery Commission and the Ohio Casino Control Commission regulate all of the casinos and racinos in the state of Ohio. The Lottery Commission regulates those 7 racino properties, and we've given you a map on the screen. So anyone in black is one of the racino properties that the lottery regulates, and anyone in red is one of the casinos that the Ohio Casino Control Commission regulates. So that's sort of our gaming landscape right now as far as facilities go in the state of Ohio.
And good morning, everybody. I am Karen Russo, and I am Director of Responsible Gambling for the lottery. And I'll speak to how we engage with our partners at all properties
Karen, I think we're having
Hear me
a
better?
hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
All right, I'll lean in close. So I've been at the lottery 30 years and primarily in sales and public relations. So responsible gambling took on, I took on or was asked to take on a responsible gambling initiative back in 2010. So we've come a long way, and as Paul and Robert noted, working with our partners on the properties, both Amanda and I, the engagement we have and the collaboration we have with PGNO, with Ohio Mental Health and Addiction Services is really unprecedented. And not only that, but also as Paul and Robert noted, if you have buy-in from top management and your executive director of a gaming organization that has the commitment to responsible gambling efforts and initiatives, and it's at the core of your organization, not only is it the right thing to do, but it's you know, the best thing to do for the organization. So when it comes to engagement with the properties, an example is Responsible Gambling Education Week that you see here. And during that week on the casino racino properties, I know Amanda's the 4 casinos, and we have 7 racinos that the Ohio Lottery regulates, that the engagement has grown so much in the last even 5 years, 10 years. So this year, it's typically in August, but it was pushed to September this year on all properties. And as you see in that picture, we have Bruce Jones from Maryhaven, and several of the other clinicians have been invited to the properties for tables and information and engagement with the patrons. So that's really, really important. And then on the next slide, the stakeholder tours. And not only do they engage the patrons, but they also engage the employees. And they engage the employees not only through their extensive training that they have, but they also engage the employees through fun activities, games, information, and they really make it fun for them to engage them. Then, of course, we have Problem Gambling Awareness Month in March. And the picture up here was our last tour, one and only tour of the year at Mahoning Valley Racino back on March 6th. And that was right before COVID when we could all get together and be within 6 feet of each other. But those tours give the stakeholders, the clinicians, an opportunity to go to the property to engage in conversation with the gaming operators and hear directly how the games are designed, how they're played, and what their responsible gambling efforts are. Also in March, the Ohio Lottery promotes Problem Gambling Awareness Month, and our collaborative effort is also highlighted with joint press releases and joint messaging for the properties. So the employee trainings are very extensive, and the Ohio Lottery this year is going to be offering training not only for public-facing employees and general trainings, but we will also be offering more marketing, advertising type responsible gambling training to our staff. So we've learned so much in the last, 10 years, and there's so many best practices and programs out there. So I can't wait to see you all again at our next state conference. Next year, well, not next year, right? Next year will probably still be virtual in February. So on to voluntary exclusion, Amanda.
Yes, so the Ohio Voluntary Exclusion Program, and I know Paul and Robert kind of hit on it some, is a program that allows individuals to come and exclude themselves from all of the casino and racino properties across the state of Ohio. And this is a joint effort between us, the Casino Control Commission, and the Lottery Commission. The Casino Control Commission had the ability per the Ohio Revised Code when we were created to have a confidential exclusion program, and we'll get into the details of the legislation a bit later. So we've been operating since 2012 with an exclusion program that operated only for the casinos in Ohio. And we are fortunate enough, the lottery was really fought for a legislative change. So they were able to also have a confidential program, something that they were not able to do before. All of their records were subject to public records requests, and therefore they couldn't maintain a confidential program. But they were able to get that changed. So in 2019, we were able to launch a joint program. So instead of individuals having to travel to multiple properties to ban themselves from all the properties in the state, it's a one-stop shop. So anyone who wants to ban themselves can do so at any of the properties 24 hours a day, as well as we have means for people to sign up virtually right now during the COVID time, but in general, we would also send our agents out to meet people off properties as well. So anyone can sign up and ban themselves from all the properties across the state. And an important part of that is our web-based database. So it's a real-time database. Somebody signs up with one of our properties, or one of our agents or investigators at one of our properties, or one of us. And that data is automatically viewable to the casinos. So all of the casinos and racinos have their own portal that they enter into and can see certain things, certain information for the individuals that sign up. So some of those would be their name, their photo, their ID number, their date of birth, all the information that they would typically get to, say, create a player's account or a player's card for those individuals. The casinos are able to go into their database, their side of the database, and download all of that information to appropriately flag those players at their accounts. So on the flip side of that, if somebody comes in and violates and are subject to, say, an ID check if they go to get a cash advance, or an ID check coming into some of the properties that have ID scanners, the casino has the patron flagged in their account, and they're automatically brought up as a voluntarily excluded patron, and therefore are able to be caught on property, at which time our agents and investigators are called up to deal with that interaction with the patron or with the individual who chose to ban themselves. So then, in addition to all of that, the casinos and racinos also send a notification or a report of violation to Karen and I, who deal with sort of the administrative side of tracking what those interactions were about, and if we think we need to follow back up with our agents or the properties themselves about any concerns that we have about how that interaction was handled.
And so some of the examples of the property program, as you heard from Hard Rock on the new Players Finder program, the other programs such as GameSense at MGM, Penn National Gaming has Know Your Game, Know Your Limits. So there's similar programs, but but they're all a little different. The purpose is to educate players and give them tools and information on gambling responsibly and to know when their limits are. So those are just a few examples, as well as the lottery has the Keep It Fun Ohio campaign on the lottery side, which also has the odds and information and the basis to educate players.
Karen, we're still having a bit of trouble with your audio.
Okay. Okay. Let me see here. Better? We'll be on top of my computer in a minute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
It's still dicey.
Still bad? Is it better?
That's better.
Oh, okay. I have to lift my PC up here. Okay. So these are examples of the property programs that educate players. Not sure what all you heard there, but the Ohio Lottery has the Keep It Fun campaign, and these are some of the other.
I'm sorry, Karen, we're not able to hear you. You're pretty muffled right now. I'll send you the dial-in information. If Amanda, you can pick it up, then hopefully Karen, you can call in.
Okay.
All right, so the responsible gambling programs across the property is what Karen was starting to touch on. And we already heard from Paul and Robert about Player's Edge, which is a fantastic program that I think is sort of leading the way about where I think a lot of the properties should go with their responsible gambling programs. But we also have Game Sense, which is one of the MGM operated programs on property. And I think we've heard a lot about Game Sense in the past, but Game Sense is also about educating players on what their odds and things like that of gameplay are, and really giving players the ability to the facts that they need to know in order to really know their play. In addition, Know Your Game, Know Your Limit is one of the Penn National ones, and they have quite a few properties here in Ohio that operate. So they're all about making sure you also know how the games are played, know what your odds are, and know your limits, set your limits, and that kind of goes nicely with our next slide, which goes into the ORG campaign. And I will apologize if you hear little ones in the background with me. I am also, similar to Derek, quarantined with my 4-year-old and 4-month-old. So it's been an interesting time. But those of you who aren't familiar with Ohio for Responsible Gambling, it is a joint effort for responsible gambling in Ohio. That is the Casino Control Commission, the Ohio Lottery, and the Mental Health and Addiction Services. So these are some examples of our Get Set Before You Bet campaign. And we're also focused on healthy lifestyle living. So knowing your limits, setting limits when it comes to the amount that you're spending, the amount of time you're spending, and really controlling your play. And a lot of our properties have actually been using the Get Set Before You Bet campaign material on their properties. So, oh goodness, my baby, I'm sorry. So many of the properties use our campaign material on their properties, and that's something that sort of came about when we did our environmental scans. So a lot of, and some of you might have been on those in those groups that actually went into the properties, and prevention folks went into the properties and did environmental scans to see how our properties were doing as far as prevention goes. And one great thing that came out of those environmental scans was that our properties needed more material and needed maybe universal messaging about getting set and how to gamble responsibly. And so for many properties that didn't have as strong of programs, or for those that did and just wanted to supplement their programs with some of our campaign information, this was a fantastic way of bridging that gap. So a lot of the properties that you'll visit now will have our Get Set Before You Bet campaign material. You're muted, Karen. Okay. Sorry. Sorry if I'm missing anything that you wanted to say, Karen. Okay, so moving on, and this is something that doesn't get talked about very often to this group, and that's regulatory standards and audits. So at every property in Ohio, there are what we call either internal controls or operating standards. And those are extensive on properties. So across properties, you'll see standards from everything about how the cards need to be shuffled to, you know, how the dice are weighed, how the machines are placed on the floor. So it is literally every little thing that you can think of is really regulated and put into these operating standards and controls. So on the RG side, many of those include things like how the RG material, and I say RG as responsible gambling, how the RG material must be displayed on property, how often the employees are trained, and how VP interactions voluntary excluded participant interactions need to be handled. So that's all something that is written into those standards. In addition, audits happen all the time. So literally thousands and thousands of audits happen on a regular basis for the properties. And into those include, you know, we check every report and interaction with VEPs that comes through. We have marketing audits that happen on a regular basis. So there are marketing standards in Ohio that include the properties must include the helpline number and information on underage gambling. Things like you must be 21 in order to play, or things like that that are audited on a regular basis as well. So that's something that goes on always behind the scenes. Every day, all day, our auditing and compliance team literally does thousands of audits a year. So that's something that doesn't get too talked about, but something that is extremely important to how we as regulators interact with our operators. So with that, before we go on to regulation and legislation in Ohio, are there any questions?
Nothing in the questions yet. Thank you.
Okay.
And don't sweat the background noise. We're all flexible and patient during this time. Thank you.
All right, regulation. Oh, I'm getting kissed. There you go, buddy. Thank you. All right, regulation and legislation. So there are levels of law in Ohio. Oh, went one too far. I'm not seeing my back button. Oh well. So there are levels of law in Ohio. Bobby. Okay, I know. There you go. There you go. Take it into the other room, please. Okay. Sorry. There are levels of law in Ohio, the first being the Ohio Constitution. So, and we know that any changes to the Ohio Constitution requires a vote by the Ohio people. After the Ohio Constitution is the Ohio Revised Code. So this is where the bill process comes in. So any bill that gets introduced by either the Ohio House or the Ohio Senate has to go through several hearings and be passed before it goes to the other side to repeat the process. So that's how we end up with whatever bills are passed, end up becoming the Ohio Revised Code. And in that code, we receive certain mandates. So agencies may, and we'll go into specific examples here in a second, but that's where a lot of the mandates that the Casino Control Commission and the Lottery Commission have actually come into play. So the mandates that were given to regulate, essentially. So after that is the Ohio Administrative Code. So any rules that we have to write as far as how to do those, how to comply with those mandates that were given, those are the rules and go into the Ohio Administrative Code. So, so an example of this is in 2009, the Amendment 3 went through and it allowed Ohio, and that had to be voted on by all Ohioans, but it allowed the actual casinos to come into Ohio. So that law also actually created my agency, the Casino Control Commission. However, it wasn't the amendment to the Constitution, but rather the passage of the Ohio Revised Code 3772 that actually gave my agency the mandate to regulate the casinos. So that law outlines certain things like we had to operate a confidential voluntary exclusion program, but it didn't actually tell us how to do that. So we had to then go and write rules in order to meet those mandates. So that's where the Ohio Administrative Code comes in. So as an agency, once we were created and given this mandate to regulate, we then had to say how we were going to do that. So in our administrative code, we have rules that state how our voluntary exclusion program works. And each step of the process, whether that be the Ohio Revised Code or the Ohio Administrative Code, there is opportunity for stakeholder feedback and engagement along the process before those rules or that law actually goes into place. And I think Nick and Derek will get into that part, the advocacy part in a little bit. But so along with this is, you know, the 2% of casino tax revenue goes towards the problem gambling fund. And that was actually written into the Constitution. So that's something that if anybody would seek to change that for any reason, it would be an extremely difficult law to change because it would require a constitutional amendment and a vote by all of the people of Ohio. So new legislation, new Ohio Revised Code has given the Casino Control Commission additional mandates since our creation, and that is that we also have to regulate skilled gaming as well as fantasy contests. So then we had to go into the rule writing process and the Ohio Administrative Code process for each of those mandates that we were given. And one thing that I cannot stress enough, and you'll see my girl, I like her face, not it, is agency neutrality. And any legislation that is in Ohio that is being contemplated in bill form or otherwise, our agency maintains neutrality. So we can't take a stance on that bill. We'll act as topic experts to legislators or stakeholders if we're asked to, but we won't actively seek that out. And we always maintain a neutral stance. We're not for or against any kind of legislation until the General Assembly essentially gives us a mandate as an agency to regulate at that point. So with that, I will pass it over to Nick.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Spare bedroom right now. Hopefully everything goes well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nick, we're having problems with your audio as well.
Oh, any better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay. Similar to what Amanda had said, the Ohio Lottery was created by a vote of the people in 1973. It was a constitutional amendment, and it passed. And then within a year, we were up and running and selling our first instant game. We take these issues seriously at the Ohio Lottery with problem gambling. As you heard from Karen, she has been dealing with this issue for over 10 years with the lottery. And in fact, this January, the lottery created its own specific responsible gambling department to provide even more resources for this very important issue. As Amanda had talked to you about the Ohio Revised Code, which is so much fun reading, I've been at the lottery for about a year and a half, and my first month I just kind of read through that and the OAC, and it is fun reading. I'd recommend it to everyone. But there's some stuff in there, obviously, as she had said, that governs how we run and the rules and what we follow. In there is, since 2002, we've had a memo of understanding with the Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Provided in there are free treatment and clinical training, research, providing state conferences, and also public awareness campaigns. So you'll see advertisements from ORG on the TV and the radio and digital and social media. And that is all spelled out in the Ohio Revised Code with the memo of understanding with OMAS. Also in the Ohio Revised Code, VLTs. VLTs are video lottery terminals. That is what is found in the racinos, the 7 that we regulate, and a portion of their funding goes to problem gambling programs, and that is also spelled out in the ORC. And similar to what Amanda says with the lottery, the agency neutrality also applies for us. We can try to answer questions if someone reaches out to us, a lawmaker, but we take a neutral position on legislation until it becomes law, and then we try to implement it to the best of our abilities. And so the next slide we're going to talk about are some tips and helpful hints to make you a better advocate to learn more about what is going on in state government. So if we get to the next slide. So oftentimes you see a lot of things about local government. It's easy to follow maybe your city council, or the federal government. It's easy to follow Congress or what's going on with the White House. Federal government has something called C-SPAN, which records all the proceedings of what is going on in Congress. Ohio has something very similar to that, and it's actually expanded, and it's a great tool. It's free. It's called the Ohio Channel. A lot of people are familiar with it with the governor's daily press conferences. It has been around for a while, and so it provides, you go to the ohiochannel.org. Some cable providers also have a channel on there that is the Ohio Channel. But what is great is earlier this year, before the pandemic hit, and a very fortuitous change, the Ohio Channel provided all the committee hearings live stream. So before they would provide the sessions, but not all the committee hearings in the House and Senate were live streamed. So if you go to the ohiochannel.org, you can follow any committee hearing, whether it's the House or the Senate, real time. And it is a useful tool, and especially a more useful tool. For example, the Ohio Lottery, we are based in Cleveland. So why I would go down to Columbus before, that hasn't been the case anytime recently. So we were able to monitor every committee hearing real time using the Ohio Channel, which sometimes saves trips before, and especially now, not taking that trip down to Columbus. So it is a very useful and valuable tool. And I thank the General Assembly for opening up all their committee hearings, because it's fascinating. The other thing with committee hearings is it's somewhat easy to follow, much easier than I would say the federal government, where you can see on their website, the Ohio Senate and the Ohio House website on their committees, the agendas, and they space it out. They can tell you if it's introduction and proponent, opponent testimony, possible amendments, possible votes, and it is really easy to understand and follow along, much easier than I would say even the federal government. So these are tools that I would recommend if you hear about a bill. Derek sends out a request that, hey, there is going to be this bill in this hearing. You can turn it on your phone, on your laptop, on your desktop, and watch it. And then you can also say, oh, I see Derek is testifying on this bill, or oh, this is a bill we want to watch. Okay, let's see what's going on in the agenda. And also afterwards, they will submit the testimony, so you can read the testimony. So if you happen to miss it, you can read the testimony that was submitted or provided in front of the committee. Also, because of the pandemic, the lottery and the casino control commissions have been putting their meetings virtually, so you can call in and listen. And that wasn't an option before, at least for the lottery commission. And so it is a way to, kind of peek and see what is going on with each of the organizations each month and learn about what they're doing. And it is, I think, a very valuable tool. And since this pandemic has happened, I know more people have been engaged and called in and listened to our meetings. And I think it just provides more helpful to have more transparency of what's going on with both of the commissions. And then happy to answer any questions or any other, or go to Derek to discuss PG&O's approach to legislative outreach.
Good morning again, everyone. We are neutral when it comes to legalized gambling and gambling expansion. So that's a pretty important part of who we are and how we're able to do our legislative outreach. So we can kind of, again, walk that middle ground between those that are, yeah, we need to save the truckloads of dollars from leaving the state, to those that say any gambling is immoral and should just not be done. So we can really look at some of those health and safety factors that would fit into that. And the first one being just looking, kind of having a foundation and base of what we look as important minimum standards for any gambling or legalized gambling or gambling expansion. So one of the handouts that I put into that shared drive, and I can reshare that out, it should be at the top of the chat there, is to really look through that foundational standpoint of what our minimum standards are. And from that, we can really put together pretty simple testimony as to what our position is related to the gambling issues or responsible gambling measures within a bill that would come up. So based on PG&O's principles, again, you can look at the materials in the shared drive there. The first one is minimum legal age in age verification. So we're kind of at an interesting spot in the gambling infrastructure here in Ohio, and it can be a little confusing that we have two ages of majority for gambling. It's either 18 or 21. So for all of our racino properties and casino properties, the age to participate is 21, whereas for buying our lottery products, playing Keno, that's 18. So really making sure that we have minimum legal age components within that legislation, which isn't usually too much of a hard sell. The piece that does become a little bit more challenging is the age verification component, because how then are you able to ensure that those that are underage aren't able to participate in those gambling products? So looking at from a legislative perspective, but also from a operations and administrative perspective, working with the partners from Ohio for Responsible Gambling, working with our national partners to really promote kind of from a law perspective, but also from a community awareness perspective of things like don't give lottery tickets to your kids during the holidays. And we've partnered with the National Council as well as Ohio Lottery Commission to spread that message. So when we're looking at these legislative approaches, there's the Ohio Revised Code, which is the laws. There's the Ohio Administrative Code, which is the rules and how it's done at the operator or at the regulator level. And then there's kind of the community code of, yeah, these are the laws, these are the rules that we have in place, but this is what we're still going to do. So really having to look at that kind of at all of those pieces when we're trying to see what that might be. The next piece is dedicated funds to prevent, treat, and research gambling addiction. So we are extremely fortunate in Ohio to have that 2% dedicated funds for from the casino tax revenue. That is pretty unique from what other states have. And talking to my partners in other states, they're usually asking for and not getting 1%. So the fact that we have twice of what is oftentimes the dream for other states is pretty darn fortunate. And that really speaks to our Ohio model and the infrastructure that we have in place. And we know that as gambling continues to be introduced, that those that are negatively impacted by it will also increase because we know that with access and availability becomes more avenues for people to become negatively impacted. We know that kind of from past information and studies that have been done, but we also know that from looking at our baseline survey from what Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services conducted to that follow-up survey to see, yeah, the more access and availability for gambling products in Ohio, the closer it is to home, the more likely that people are going to participate in gambling just in general, and then the more likely those who are participating then will develop a problem. So we want to make sure that we have those dedicated funds set aside to help support those that will be negatively impacted. And that would not be just the individual, but also their loved ones, and making sure that we have low cost or free treatment available to that individual and their loved ones, because we know family members are pretty negatively impacted by that as well. Also want to make sure that we have the inclusion of the Ohio Problem Gambling Helpline on all marketing and messaging that is available through that product. So whether you see an ad on TV, if you're driving down whatever highways nearest you, see that big billboard, that Problem Gambling Helpline number should be there. And even when we're looking on property, if you go to a casino or racino, that helpline number should be available any place you're looking within that number. And having just been to the Hard Rock a few weeks ago and a couple weeks ago, Hollywood Columbus, and just kind of standing on the gaming floor and just looking around. And yeah, it's whether it's the machines themselves, it's the advertising on the kiosks, the cage, having that information. So we want to make sure that that helpline is available to all who may need it when they may need it. And it comes as simple as just having the helpline on the lottery ticket when you buy it, and having that little help button on the kiosk, because we know that it will take a lot of readiness sometimes for people to ask for help. And we want to make sure that when they're ready, that there's going to be resources available for them. And so many times I'm talking to folks and they don't even realize that the helpline is available until it just kind of hits them and then they need it. So we hear so much noise kind of going on with marketing that might be happening, and you don't pay attention to it until you need it. And I think being a parent is a prime example of that. Is you hear all kinds of messaging for parents, but you don't pay attention until it affects you. And we want to make sure that those same pieces are in place for those that might need that. So having that helpline is super important. And then also with that, kind of going back to those dedicated funds, again, having the helpline and then having the trained individuals to kind of help support that. We also want to make sure that we have staff training for responsible gambling. And Paul and Robert did a great job of really talking about what Player's Edge looks like and their approach to responsible gambling. And there's required trainings at every property for new staff and annual orientation or reorientation, I should say, to really hit on those pieces to make sure that that it's not just yep, I've checked off the box, we've done what we're expected to by our regulator, but really looking at what this might look like and how that can really impact in a good way and help those that might be in need. And part of that also goes to really having those partnerships with the prevention and treatment resources that are nearby. And for Responsible Gaming Education Week, Karen had the picture of when we were at Mahoning Valley with the picture there, and they always do a great job. And so many other properties during Responsible Gaming Education Week have the local treatment providers come in, set up a table, engage with patrons, and I was with Bruce, and I don't know if Bruce will hit on this later, but a couple of years ago, we were at Scioto Downs, and we were just kind of in the vestibule where the table was set up, and a lady came walking out of the racino and came up to Bruce and said, "I keep gambling. I don't know how to stop, and I need help." And it's kind of like a sign from God that we were there at that time and the help that she needed. And so often these issues just come from loneliness and not knowing where else to spend their time. And just talked about how I think it was her mom who passed away, and they spent a lot of time together, and she didn't have that anymore. So she was trying to fill that void. And when we're looking at gambling in Ohio, we want to make sure that people are gambling because they want to have fun and it's part of their entertainment budget, and not as a way to escape. And that's really where all these pieces come in, with that staff training and really having those good conversations with the patrons and knowing what to listen for, and kind of not just knowing what to listen for, but how to listen for it. And part of that also comes into just before they roll the dice saying, "Oh, my rent's riding on this." And with the relationships that those staff people have, could know, is this a serious statement that their rent money or their rent really is riding on it, or is that just kind of a throw off comment that they might make? So that's why it's so important to have that staff training that goes into detail. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of focus on our 11 casino and racino properties with our staff training, and are really doing some pretty cool and innovative things. Kind of that next step will be looking at some of those other areas that we have gambling in Ohio. We have lottery retailers that could be further engaged. We have all of our charitable gaming partners, whether it be the local church or your VFW or your Moose, Elk, Animal Club, whatever it might be, and really engaging them. And I'll talk on the next slide a little bit about, when we get to that, about some of the pending legislation that we have, and really wanting to make that training piece so important so everyone knows what to do, and never want to put anyone in a position of just not knowing what to say or feeling like they don't have the power to provide the resources that they need. And so often, particularly looking with our racino and casino staff members, those staff members that are working day in, day out, whether they're being a dealer at one of the games, or if they're a server providing those meals. We work in a hospitality industry, and so many conversations just kind of come up. And within the hospitality nature, we also know that there's a lot of relationships that are developed with customers that come in, and with the staff that are there, and not romantic relationships, but just a friendliness type of relationship. And I know you, and we talk about your family and get to know you and your friends. And I was doing a property tour for, I think it was Miami Valley Gaming, and one of their patrons recognized that she had a problem and had to make the tough decision to self-exclude. And they, as staff members, were really impacted by that, because they really liked her. She was fun to come in. She was always in a great mood, and that was kind of hard for them. So I wanted to make sure from that staff training perspective that there's training of how to take care of patrons, but also kind of how to take care of yourself, because that can be hard when you develop these relationships and you genuinely like the customers that you have come in, and sometimes they have to make those decisions that it just isn't a good fit for them. And then the next piece related to kind of what we would see as our minimum standards is looking at tax rates and licensing fees that are consistent with other jurisdictions. So as we look at this industry, we kind of look around and say, what are other folks doing? And how can we make sure that we can learn from and be engaged with what other folks are doing, but also make it right sized for Ohio? And looking at those tax rates and licensing fees being consistent is pretty important, because we want to make sure from a tax and licensing standpoint that we're able to provide the appropriate protections in place for whatever game might be offered. So as we're looking at sports betting, making sure that there's appropriate tax revenue to go towards whatever that might be dedicated to, but also that there's appropriate tax revenue in order to regulate this expanded product. So looking at various bills and looking at other states, tax rates are kind of all over the place, but just looking at maybe Midwest or what's right for us. And we're not the tax experts. We are not going to say, hey, you need to have set X tax rate for this gambling product that you want to introduce. But what we will say is, hey, look at the states around you, legislators, and is the rate that you're introducing consistent with what we would expect for our area? And then the last piece is just really clear marketing guidelines of kind of going back to having the helpline included within that and making sure that the focus of the marketing is really for that entertainment purpose, that we're not looking to help either heighten stigmatization or help kind of make light of what a gambling problem could be, or that everybody that goes into a casino or racino is going to come out millionaires. So really looking at that balance of what realistic marketing is and how can we make sure we do that in a way that is so important for those clients to really understand what all that might mean. Oh, and then I forgot about the last one because it's kind of new for us. It's that kind of other considerations, and my staff laughed because my favorite line in their job descriptions is other duties as assigned, and that other considerations really fits into that other duties as assigned. So as we're looking at the gambling and gaming industry, we've seen so much expansion over the last few years, particularly in Ohio related to casinos and racinos, but also just looking at the advance of sports betting and having iLottery authorized and the potential for doing mobile gaming with sports betting or whatever else might be coming in. So always wanting to make sure that we have a little bit of flexibility, ability to be mindful of what new and emerging trends might look like, so that we have guidelines in place for, say, mobile wagering when that comes through. As we look at both of our sports betting bills, a component of those is mobile wagering. So whether you're logging in on your computer or you've got that little rectangular device in your hand, those are all areas that we're going to look at for what that might include. And we want to make sure, particularly if it's as easily accessible as having this little rectangular device in the palm of your hand 24/7 and the ability to gamble 24/7, that there might be some additional protections in place, like a pause period or setting certain limits at the beginning of the week to, I won't exceed this for the individual person that might be playing. And we know that the resources for an individual to gamble is so varied that it'd be really hard to set a limit for every person, particularly when it comes to mobile play, but allowing for that individual to kind of set some of those things as well. Or as like we might have with using credit cards, what the Ohio Lottery's done with the mobile kiosks and setting that limit to $100 per card per day with the purchase of lottery. So kind of looking at that balance of standards that will be impacted by everyone, but also some resources that might be available to be mindful about what my spending looks like, what my gambling habits look like. We know that so often folks remember those big wins, but also often forget those small losses that kind of keep coming through, that so oftentimes really make up the majority of the plus or minus where they may be at with playing, and just want to be knowledgeable of what that might look like. As we wrap up the last few minutes, and then we can open up to questions, just wanted to hit on some pending legislation that we have. So the two main gambling topics that we have in Ohio right now are around sports betting and around instant electronic bingo. So sports betting have two bills that have been introduced, House Bill 194 and Senate Bill 111. We're getting right to the end of our legislative cycle, and we're going to be seeing a lot of changes now, which means that this could be opportunities to really run these bills through quickly while we're at the end of this legislative session, or have them kind of hold out and see what the next legislature might work with. But for sports betting, oops, I hit my little button too soon. For sports betting, House Bill 194 and Senate Bill 111 are both within the Senate now. So a few months ago, House Bill 194 was passed through the Ohio House Finance Committee, passed through the whole House, and then introduced in the Senate. Similarly, Senate Bill 111 introduced in the Senate, it hasn't yet left the Senate. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how these two bills come together. And just from the conversations that I've had with legislators and other industry individuals that are kind of engaged in these bills, as well as just kind of reading whatever stories that we might see coming through, there's been a lot of work between the sponsors of the House version and the Senate version. So we expect that those two bills will continue to come more in alignment with one another. There's a hearing this afternoon that will talk a little bit more about Senate Bill 111 and see what that might look like. So I expect, especially within the upcoming weeks, that there's going to be a lot more activity from both the sports betting side and an instant electronic bingo side. And I had prepared to talk about the differences between House Bill 194 this morning and Senate Bill 111 this morning, but then see that there's a hearing this afternoon where everything I prepared could be completely out the window. So that will just be a little plug for me to you to look out for our legislative updates that we'll provide as these things continue to change, because we're just at a really interesting time. And that's kind of how the legislative process works, that you could have the bills sit, and then a day before you're ready to talk about them, or hours before you're ready to talk about them, we see movement. And with the instant electronic bingo bill, I can talk a little bit more about that. House Bill 282 was introduced. It was introduced and assigned to the Ohio House Finance Committee a few months ago. That passed through the House and was introduced to the Senate. It currently sits with Senator Coley's committee, and alongside with House Bill 282 is Senate Bill 345, and the two bills are exactly the same. As we were starting today, the Senator Coley's, I can't think of what the name of the hearing is, or the committee is in general, but it's something to the effect of government oversight, had his first hearing on these bills. And what both House Bill 282 and Senate Bill 345 does is authorize instant electronic bingo devices for and essentially veterans and fraternal clubs. So they can offer this in kind of in lieu of what we would call it gray games or illegal slot machines. And the way that the sponsors have positioned this, as well as some of the proponents have positioned this, is that this is just a slight tweak to the current bingo bill. And had this technology been available when bingo was initially authorized, then of course this would be included within it. In actuality, what this does is it would allow for thousands of electronic gaming machines introduced throughout the state. And as I said, we have a really pretty strong focus on training and responsible gambling standards at our casinos and racinos, but those same standards are completely non-existent when it comes to our veterans and fraternal clubs or other entities that offer charitable gaming products. So some of the asks that I was looking for in this bill is first to acknowledge that this isn't just a slight tweak to the law, but it's really a pretty substantive change, and would authorize electronic gaming machines, which are essentially slot machines disguised as bingo devices, in thousands of places throughout the state. With that, and the components that the bill does not include would be dedicated funds to gambling support services, would also include the inclusion of the Ohio Problem Gambling Helpline number on all the devices, as well as through the operator's licenses. And then the final piece is staff training. When we look at charitable gaming currently, there's no requirements for any sort of staff training, and those would be things that we would expect to see in this legislation. So having met with the sponsors of the bills, shared this information with them, they said thank you so much, and then didn't really move forward with any of the recommendations that I suggested, which I mean is part of the game, which is also makes it so important for having you all engaged with this process, because we as PG&O and me as the sole lobbyist for PG&O can't say this is what I as an individual or we as a sole organization recommend, but we really need your help and support for bringing all these pieces together. So I put in the shared folder my testimony for House Bill 194, so you can get a peek at that, just to see what testimony looks like, as well as what we're asking for within that testimony. Similarly with House Bill 282, my testimony has been included within that folder as well. Just to, again, to make you more familiarized with what testimony looks like. And as Nick talked about with Ohio Channel, you can have every hearing that goes on in the House and the Senate, as well as the Supreme Court, in your living room anytime you want. So this really brings unprecedented access to those elected officials right to your door. So get engaged in the process. It can be super intimidating if you go to your first hearing and you're expected to testify and really don't know what to say or what the process is. But this can be your little primer or your cheat sheet into learning how the testimony process can go. And it really isn't as daunting as it might initially seem. And hopefully the more you're able to watch the hearings on Ohio Channel and get engaged with what we do at PG&O, you'll feel more comfortable with it and help provide your expertise to the elected officials in your area. And that'll really be my final point before we open it up to questions, is you are the subject matter expertise for gambling in your area. It's really unfair to expect your elected officials to know everything about everything, and they look to those experts to kind of help guide them and make informed decisions. And we as PG&O and a statewide organization can be that expert as a statewide level, but we also really need to rely on you to be those local experts, not only for your state representatives and senators, but also for your county commissioners or others that are helping making more localized decisions, because we as a state are very home rule focused, and we want to make sure that we have knowledgeable and informed decisions made kind of at all levels. And that's really going back to the board specific gambling data will be so helpful in making sure that you're able to make decisions not only from a funding perspective of how do we allocate the resources that are go to our board, but also from a decision-making perspective of as decision makers in your community are really deciding what to do related to gambling, that they're able to work with the data that's available to make sure that those decisions are informed. With that, I will turn things over to Mike to introduce any questions that might have come up in the Q&A section, as well as to see if there's anything in addition that Karen, Amanda, or Nick would like to add.
No questions have come in specific yet. There are some more still being saved for the panel. So if Amanda or Nick or Karen have remaining thoughts from the past section on operation and regulation and legislation, they can feel free to chime back in.
Can you hear me any better now?
Oh, that's a little bit. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Say thank you. Thank you for, engaging with the regulators and the properties. And I want to tell the clinicians, thank you for doing what you're doing. And we appreciate your work. Thanks.
Well, that's a great segue, because we are going to be pausing for an hour so people can take some lunch and answer some emails. And that's a great segue into where we're coming back, because we're going to come back with how prevention and treatment professionals have collaborated with operators and regulators to promote responsible gambling and promote being informed and educated on the topic. So thank you very much. We have our morning wrap up, and if there's nothing else to wrap up, we can take our break for an hour and see everybody back. The votes seem to be coming in for Amanda Blackford for training MVP of the morning session in the chat function. Thank you, Amanda. And thank you, Nick and Karen. There's always hiccups. There's never going to be a perfect virtual training, especially when we have so many folks participating, but we wanted everybody to have a voice, and we wanted our attendees to hear from so many folks as well. So thank you, everyone, and we will see you back here in 1 hour. How are you, Bruce and Steph and Claire?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for being here. Thanks for helping
No
out.
problem. Hey, I saw Karen's picture of me. So
Yeah, so it got touched on.
am I on video now? I don't see my own reflection.
You are on. Yeah. What
Okay. Do you recognize me now?
Oh yeah. We can pull it back up. We can pull that pic back up. Yeah. So yeah, it was nice that they touched on that. So I mean, I think
Yeah.
we already know what we're talking about. Just some of your experiences doing what you've done. How did it work? Why is it important to you? All that good stuff. We'll get started in a few minutes here. I'm sure everyone will all the attendees will probably pop right back on at 1 o'clock.
Or 1:45.
1:45 when we're done.
Yeah. You and your family keeping healthy and safe?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. You?
Oh yeah. Yeah. My daughter and her fiance are coming up Saturday. They're flying up from Florida, so they're being the weird ones. So, hey, it's my house. You guys wear the masks.
Yeah. It's man, yeah. I mean, obviously it's getting high again and worse, and gosh, it'll be a long winter if it continues. We'll see. We will see. Now, Claire, are you going straight from this training to the CPGC meeting?
Yes, I am.
Yep, me too. I think Amanda's speaking. Is Amanda speaking on that meeting?
I want to say yes.
I think she's on the agenda. Oh, you are. All right. We're going all day.
All day.
Zooming is what we're doing.
Yep.
We're zooming from one meeting to the next.
There
My
you
husband
go.
should be home at 3, so that's a bonus for me because he can handle the kids.
There you go.
Yeah, mine's at grandma's for today, so I needed some space.
Okay. Yep. People are popping back on. So we'll just wait another few minutes because we are missing a few attendees. It's going to be nice down in Columbus over the weekend. It's been 30s here, but it's supposed to be 60s the rest of the weekend.
Bring it on.
Yeah, however that works. I love global warming.
Yeah.
It looks like Bill had asked a question if you can see all the attendees.
Can you see the attendees? Crew playoffs? MLS playoffs going to continue, Bill? We cannot see the attendees. If the question is, can we see you through your camera? Attendees don't. Attendee cameras are off on our end, so we cannot see any attendee, and that's just because in a webinar format, you typically only see speakers. So we cannot see you, Bill.
Nice boxers.
Yeah. Columbus Crew boxers. We'll get started maybe in 2 minutes at 1:05. Bring everybody back. We have all our, it looks like we have Claire, Amanda, Paul, Robert, Stephanie, Bruce, Derek. We have all our panelists, except we did lose Karen and Nick. So I don't know if they're done for the day or if they're coming back, but we have everyone else who's talking for the rest of the training at least.
And
okay.
OLC has a commission meeting this afternoon, so I don't know if they'll be able to come back on.
Oh, okay.
If not, we can flip questions to Amanda, or if they can, then great.
If they can, great. Amanda can probably answer a number of those questions. I don't know if Karen would be able to respond to a question anyway, based on the microphone situation today. So, well, in the interest of time, looks like we are missing, I think, 3 or 4 attendees. We'll see if everybody comes back on. Karen's on as an attendee. Let me move Karen. So it looks like Karen's maybe on, but listening into her meeting, but hopefully she'll be able to join the panel. So we will get going. Thank you everyone for coming back. Hope you had a nice lunch and got some other work duties done. Really, really great morning sessions with Paul and Robert talking about Player's Edge and the things that they do with Hard Rock. And then Amanda, Karen, Nick, and Derek talking about operation and talking about regulation and talking about legislation. So we are kind of moving to the continuum of care now, and Amanda and Karen both showed some nice pictures of some of our workforce working with them and at their venues. We saw a picture of Bruce Jones at the Hollywood Columbus, was that? Maybe Scioto Downs. And we heard about some of those efforts that they do during Problem Gambling Education Week or Responsible Gambling Education Week. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So we invited Bruce Jones with Maryhaven in Columbus, and Stephanie Gear with Meridian Healthcare in Youngstown, and Claire Spada with Lake Geauga Recovery Centers in Lake and Geauga counties outside of Cleveland. And they're on the treatment and prevention sides of things. And they're going to just speak to some of the efforts that they've done in collaborating with either operators or regulators and working around responsible gambling. So we're going to kind of ask Claire, Bruce, and Stephanie just some of the things that they've done and talk about their experiences, why they believe it's important, how it's been working with operators and regulators in some of those, whether it's, you can see these environmental scans, PGNO tours, Responsible Gambling Education Week. So just kind of how it was working in that setting, and really what the value is, what they got out of it, but what they think that value is to whether it was staff or patrons that they maybe had conversations with. So I'm going to turn it over to Claire first, and she can tell us who she is and a little bit about what she's done in her collaboration efforts.
Awesome. Okay, so Mike introduced me a little bit. So my name is Claire Spada. I work for Lake Geauga Recovery Centers. My role within my agency is strictly problem gambling prevention services. So that funds my full-time position. And so what I have done, and this was actually something that was held by the Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services in partnership with Ohio for Responsible Gambling, and it was coordinated by Prevention Action Alliance, so lots of great prevention folks. They had actually put out a grant opportunity to do some environmental scans within all of the casinos and racinos in the state of Ohio. And I was able to participate in that. It happened during the month of April of 2019, if that gives you a timeline. And it was a really great opportunity that I loved being a part of. I was able to visit 2 different sites. And really the entire goal of that grant opportunity was to build just responsible gambling partnerships on those properties, to engage with them, to really just share responsible gambling information that we have from the state level, and kind of just see what was available within those different facilities. And I will say that when we take a look at, just data from the state of Ohio as well, casino gambling is a really high prevalence rate. And so it was really just an entire goal of being able to go in there and kind of walk through the buildings, see what was up, what was around, what was available for patrons, was it easy to find, and really talk about and evaluate what that looked like at each of those properties. So to give you just an idea of what we were really doing and looking for within that grant opportunity, so we were actually encouraged to bring people with us. So it was really meant to be kind of just like an observe and analyze, and go in with an open mind, feel as though you're a patron. Are you aware and recognizing and seeing these signs and information around that you should be accessing and seeing? And so at one of my sites, I actually brought a really good friend of mine, and we made it kind of a day trip and went out and checked out one of the facilities. And with the other one, I went with one of my good friends, Amanda Burke, who is a prevention specialist in Town Hall 2 in Akron Canton area. And she had 2 college students that also went with us who were interested in partaking in those environmental scans. And we really just walked around and observed. We checked out the cage area. We looked at all of the rewards kiosks. We looked at ATMs. We looked at billboards and signage. When we were in the parking lot and walking into the building, we were looking at signage and what kind of advertising and things like that were available. And then really we just kind of walked around and saw all the different parts of the casinos and racinos, and really just checked it out from a patron's perspective. And we were really just gathering data on general demographics that we were seeing in terms of people that were visiting. And we were looking really to see if they had responsible gambling materials available. So were those things that were like Player's Edge? Were those types of programs that were actually held by the casino easy to find? We were also looking specifically for Get Set Before You Bet, which is the statewide campaign information, if any of that information was around. We were trying to see if there was information about the voluntary exclusion programs, and really just all kinds of responsible gaming, just wording on advertising and all those different kinds of things. Did I miss anything? No, that's what we were looking for. We also did look for just minimum age warning signs as well. So really just everything when it comes to responsible gaming. One additional thing that we did was to look at different social media sites for those buildings and facilities as well. So we looked at their Twitters and Facebooks and those kinds of things. And one thing that my group in particular did, both facilities that I went to, is we did a little bit of step beyond that, and we actually approached staff members and asked them how we would voluntarily exclude a friend. So we kind of, we're just kind of asking information. So in terms of the actual experience that I had, so there were 2 different buildings that I visited that were not very close in proximity with one another throughout Ohio. And I will say that it was just a really interesting experience from a person who works in prevention, who talks about gambling all day long for her job. And really, we saw a lot of different things that were really good. We saw a lot of really great materials up and around, especially when it came to what the casinos were putting out for their own programs. We saw a lot of great information around the slot machine areas and the cage areas. And we saw just a lot of great things on advertisements as well. I think one thing that I will say that we recognized is that when it came to the actual horse track areas that we had visited, those were probably a little bit less available with signage and information about responsible gambling. The other thing that also was kind of interesting during our experiences is that one of the buildings that we had gone to, we had approached a staff member about the voluntary exclusion program, and then they passed it off to one other person, and then that person passed it off to somebody else, and they were finally able to get that person information. And so it was definitely a little bit of a way to kind of work into just getting some basic information. We had to get passed from staff to staff member. But overall, I think that it was a really great experience. What I really loved is that after we went through this whole process, we wrote up reports and we submitted those to the grant writers, and then they part of Ohio for Responsible Gambling actually met and followed up with each of those properties and shared what people had found, and really just provided recommendations. And it really was a great way to work on just strengthening problem gambling information on and off the properties. So I think it was a really great program overall. And I believe that there might be something in the works to do something similar like that again. And so I really loved being part of that. I think it was a really fascinating experience just to really firsthand see what that is like for somebody who's walking in. The other thing that oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say great, but I guess I will further interrupt. You know, for our attendees, whether you're in prevention or treatment, there will be more opportunities for those environmental scans. So if you're interested, and especially, you know, if you live and work around a venue that you can get to fairly easily, you know, I would consider that and reach out to us, and we can get you the information on when and where those opportunities are going to be available, because I think you can get a lot from it, like Claire said.
Yeah, it was definitely an eye-opening experience, and it probably just because I don't personally frequent casinos very often, and so it really was great to look at it from a patron perspective, but also like having that mindset that, okay, I'm looking for specific things and I'm trying to make sure those things are available. So that was definitely a positive experience. If you have an opportunity to apply for something similar, I would do that. In addition to that, I will just say the tours that PGNO has put on to be able to go and visit those sites and actually walk through with somebody who works, you know, as a compliance officer or works in responsible gambling, and have those nice conversations with those who work there, who can kind of showcase and talk about what is going on within their facilities. I have found those extremely completely valuable to just go and visit those sites, have those conversations. I know at several of the sites, I've gotten to actually see the inside of slot machines, and they'll talk about how those work, and you can learn about the computer generated pieces of that and how they kind of get those set up. I've loved being able just to hear about their own personal experiences and stories, talking about how they do protect their employees and what kind of things they do have in place for their patrons. And so just that little tidbit about PGNO tours, I think are just a really invaluable piece to be able to meet with them and get to know their faces and build those relationships, because all of those things are really a big part of just being able to make sure that we're providing the best services that we can as a whole.
Great, thank you. And I see that I see on the attendee list, there's Ken, Larry. They were both with at the Mahoning Valley PGNO tour just a few weeks before the shutdown. So Ken or Larry, if you want to, you know, type into the chat in case you want to say something, we can unmute you. We can do that now, or we can do that in the panel if either of you or anyone else who maybe I don't recognize has done a PGNO tour and wants to just say their experience. You know, feel free to let us know if you want to say how your experience was, because we can unmute you and let you do that. Thank you, Claire. We'll let you know if some questions come in on some of your work, and we will move to Bruce. Bruce at Maryhaven, and he can tell us about some of what he's done and why he thinks it's valuable and what he's gotten out of it. And I see that Larry is saying we can unmute you. We'll unmute you during the panel, Larry, to let us know some of your thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Well, I've been doing this for a while now, so I've got to know a lot of the compliance officers and people at the casino and racino. It was good working with Matt again at Hollywood. Always a pleasure. I mean, it's like I can call them up and they're very helpful if I want to come in, give a tour for someone. Like, we have just hired a new prevention specialist and we're really excited about getting her trained up. And I'm sure if I call out there that they'd be very compliant, letting us come out there and give us a tour. But we've done the, well, at least 6 or 7 years now, we've been doing the responsible education, gambling education week. And it's very valuable. I mean, it's a fun thing. I look forward to it, even though you're sitting out there at Hollywood. They have us back at the event center, and yeah, granted, sitting there for a while, hearing those same slot machines going on and on and on gets a little tedious, but they come up. A lot of the staff will come by and ask questions. Patrons will come up and get information from us. It's a valuable tool in our toolbox anyway. And down at Scioto Downs, working with John Walker, he is a hoot. I mean, he tells me all about the industry and all that stuff that's going on. They're very excited, hoping that the legalized sports betting will come around. They already have a section of their place set aside, ready to get going. We talked about last time, we talked about the when they shut the casinos down for the 2 months, how much they have recouped, and even at 30% capacity, they're still setting records. But it's been an experience every time I've gone to, even when I was in the fellowship program, where we went and had the personalized tours of the racinos and casinos. It's very beneficial. It's the more I learn about gambling, the more I realize I don't know. So it's always a great pleasure to be invited out there and know that we'd be welcome at any time. The environmental scans, I actually had Maria and George Hicks go out and do those scans, and they kind of went as like mystery shoppers, but they came back with very positive comments. And I can also say that even though it wasn't really the casino or the racino, I wanted to share with Karen that I've had several now clients that have come in where they were buying their scratch off lottery tickets or their pick numbers, and tickets spit out with the hotline number on it. So some of the staff were trained and were able to politely give them that information, and they followed up on it. Seeing a couple of them now. So, I mean, all the efforts that we do for responsible gaming seem to be working. So that's kind of the opportunities to get to meet with the clients. Derek said about the one lady coming up at Scioto Downs. I mean, it's when we have opportunities to go out there and speak with the patrons. It's great. I mean, it's a great opportunity for them, and all the signage and everything they have. I mean, I'm just grateful that we have a good enough relationship with the industry that we can help the average Joe. And anything else?
No, I think that's it right now. Thank you very much.
All right, keep it short.
Stephanie Gear with Meridian in Youngstown. Stephanie, can you tell us about some of your experiences and what you've done and what the value is?
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, I'm on the gambling program coordinator at Meridian in Youngstown. And when I first got hired, I was the full-time gambling counselor. And so since then I have transitioned a couple years ago into the coordinator. So I coordinate the program as well as doing the prevention and the treatment, which are the things that we offer. And I do a lot of what Bruce was sharing. And so one of the first things when I got hired within first 6 months of work was learning about the casino and the relationship that we want to build with the industry. And it was a really important part of our role. And that is for us to be able to provide the resources to promote responsible play, have those resources available for those that do need it. So we've worked closely with Kathy Linhart at Honing Valley Racecourse. And it's been such a joy. It's been really wonderful. We've been able to go on site. We go in March during Problem Gambling Awareness Month. We go there and we do the same, similar to what Bruce does. We offer a table with information. We've had staff come up to us. We've had patrons that have come up and we've actually had a few referrals from that where they took the information and said, I do need help. So it's really been helpful to provide that link of care for folks that do need it. And then we'll also go during on a property during Responsible Gaming Education Week, which is typically offered in September. I think this year it was in August. It's typically in August, was offered in September this year. I think I got that backwards. But anyway, so I actually was just recently there then and offered a table. And one thing that we do too is we bring questions with us. So like people who do come to our table, will prompt them asking questions about how to play responsibly, about setting those time and money limits and putting it within your entertainment budget. And this year was a little bit different for Responsible Gaming Education Week because of COVID. And what I thought was really neat is we always engage in activities with the staff. At Hollywood Gaming, they in Youngstown, they do a lot of events with the staff, and then we become involved. They typically decorate their offices with different departments about responsible gaming and having a theme with it, and we get to be involved to judge that and participate, and that's always really fun. Like Bruce said, I always look forward to when I do get to go onto property. But this year, since they weren't able to do all of that with COVID, they did video. So they promoted a lot of the responsible gaming on their Facebook pages and all of their websites and different things like that. And I did record a video for them to put on that about what we do together and stuff to promote responsible play. I think one of the things that's most valuable with this is the communication and the ability to link resources, local resources. So if someone does have a problem at Hollywood Gaming, that referral can be there, that Meridian Healthcare is in this area for help for you, as well as the hotline and all those other things. My direct contact has been Kathy, and she is so helpful. Throughout treatments, people will decide to do different things. Like, for example, a client might want to exclude from receiving emails, or they might want to exclude from receiving mail because those things could be triggers for them. And I didn't know how to do that. I wasn't sure like how to tell my client how to exclude from receiving mail from the casinos. So I reached out to Kathy and she got back with me quickly to tell me how to do that and how to share that information with these individuals so that they could get that help and support that they need. And that's always been just really helpful to get that support that I've needed on the treatment end. And talking about the tours too, that we were mentioning earlier, I've engaged in a few of the tours at Hollywood Gaming, and it is so insightful. It's so interesting to see how the slot machines work, to work together to continue to promote responsible play and have an understanding of the random number generators, different things like that. And that in turn comes in and helps with treatment too, because I can now detail and tell a person the randomness, like what the reality is of gambling versus some of those distortions that people can have about, the machine being hot. I think that's what we're talking earlier, that hot machine, but it's really not. And now from doing those tours, I have that education to be able to debunk those beliefs that they have. So I think that might be most of what I want to share. And it's very helpful. And I think like I had mentioned earlier, the biggest piece is that it's that collaboration, right? We want people to be there to have fun, for entertainment, and not to be there gambling and harming themselves. So that's what we do. We work together to promote that responsible play and to help those that need it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Steph. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm going to talk a little bit about some of what I've done on the prevention side and workforce development side, but I'll start with the valuable piece, and it's that collaboration, and it's the connection, and it's the, I don't know what the word is, but it's the not it's us versus them or them versus us, which I think a lot of times when I talk to colleagues in other states, they would feel blessed to have one or two people from operation or regulation at a community event or a state conference, when we have, very easily can pick up a phone or an email and call and speak with people like Amanda and Karen and Paul and Robert, and not only have them, willingly wanting to be at our events, but participate. And, you look at just this event today, and I think back to the conference where, again, we have colleagues that would be astounded if 20 folks from the gaming industry came to a conference, and we had 25 participate in the World Cafe. We had 25 people from operation and regulation leading discussions at tables during that lunch. So it is that the collaboration and the connection, and I think the connection is key, because it isn't just this is something I should do or we should do to look good, but it's, we want to work together. It's become a pretty large friendship and community amongst a lot of people. You spoke about closeness with Kathy, and Bruce spoke about closeness with his, I forget the gentleman's name, but your friend at Scioto. So it's you can reach out to these people anytime and know that you'll get a response, and you'll get a thoughtful response and good information. So that's definitely the value. On the prevention side, I see Ashley Hartman is on today. Ashley Hartman started the Cuyahoga Problem Gambling Coalition in 2014, so it's on its 6th or 7th year now. When Caesars was in Cleveland, they had very strong participation in that community coalition. They had a representative at every meeting who helped us when that group was starting to say, this is how we could be involved. This is how the industry could be involved. This is what we can provide and support. So their support in that coalition was great in the beginning years to build a foundation. That group is still going. I see Amy McCain is on today. She's at Recovery Resources, where the Cuyahoga Problem Gambling Coalition is coordinated from. That group is still going. That group has a quarterly meeting at 3:00 right when this training ends. And I see on the agenda that I'm speaking for PGNO, but Amanda Blackford's going to be on speaking for the Casino Control Commission. So, response, we've taken up a lot of Amanda's time today, but it shows again the involvement of that commission. So whenever that coalition needed some guidance from the Casino Control Commission or needed information, Amanda or someone else was always willing to, be on a video or be on the phone during those meetings to provide information. With the Ohio Lottery Commission being in Cleveland, Karen and other Ohio Lottery Commission staff had always been involved in our meetings, and we're always at big or small community events to represent the Lottery Commission and or to speak and provide information. So that group, even though it started young, grew really quickly and rapidly, and with the entire continuum of care, with people from prevention and treatment and recovery, but then also from operation and regulation. And it was really important to have all of those pieces to, again, create those connections. And whether it was a large state conference or a smaller community event, we always had folks from regulation. And I think about when we would do QPRs, which is question, persuade, refer, which is a suicide prevention program that we would implement and integrate into problem gambling education because of the high suicide attempt rate with problem gambling. We had Karen speak, we had Amanda speak, we had folks from Jack Casino Cleveland speak. So, there was never this feeling of we kind of want to shy away from that. It was always, we are the venue that's right around the corner from the Cuyahoga Problem Gambling Coalition. So we're going to be there to support and speak on the matter because that was a really important matter. So I think when we've done those QPR sessions for suicide prevention and problem gambling prevention, having industry folks and operators themselves from the venue around the corner speaking is really impactful for the folks that are at that training. So that's the coalition. The fellowship program that you've heard a little bit about, Bruce mentioned it quickly. We just finished the 5th year of that program. It's a year-long program for clinicians who want to gain more experience and expertise in treating problem gambling. We did not do it the first year, but the 4 years since then, that involved 22 fellows, so 22 really experienced gambling clinicians from around the state. We did venue tours. We did racinos by partnering with Karen and the OLC, and we did casino tours by partnering with Manda and Casino Control. And we even visited the Casino Control Commission, and we put the fellows through part of the gaming agent training. So what's really interesting about that is that our fellows, again, these more experienced gambling disorder clinicians in the state, they learned the games, they learned how to play, they kind of learned how to bet. And I certainly wouldn't say that that's necessary to treat gambling disorder, right? You don't have to have had brain surgery to go be a great brain surgeon. But I think a gambling clinician would be remiss if they never stepped foot inside of a venue. You don't have to have gambled or have a lot of experience with that. But I think because there's so much involved in the atmosphere of being inside a venue, that if you're a gambling clinician and you've never seen that or experienced it, I think you would be remiss with a little bit of rapport that you could develop with the client. So being able to take clinicians not only on the floor for tours, but then behind the scenes and talk with security staff and talk with compliance teams and compliance managers is a really, really impactful thing that Ohio has been able to do through the fellowship program and through the Ohio model because of connection and collaboration that I know and that most of us know other states do not have. That's not, a lot of states don't have it, or some of it have it kind of. There's no humbleness here. States don't have that model and the connection and the collaboration that we do. So it's really, really amazing that we have that we have venues inviting clinicians in to get that experience so they can take it back and better help the folks that need it. Just again, the value is the connection, the collaboration, the fact that we can pick up the phone and call, that we can call folks like Paul and Robert and Amanda and Karen, but it's also vice versa. I've spoken to lottery retailers for trainings for the lottery. I've done new employee orientations at what was the Hard Rock, which is now the MGM in Northfield. I know Derek's been involved in that. So it's the other way as well, that, operators and regulators know that they can call us to help them with trainings. The Jack Cleveland team got in touch with me and sent me all of their PowerPoints for their responsible gaming ambassador training and said, we need to beef this up. What information can you give us? So it goes both ways, which is great because we want them to know and we want you all to know, right? Speaking to the operators and regulators, that we're here to help you as well, just like you are to us. So I guess I would leave this section with to the attendees on today's webinar. Don't be intimidated. Feel free to reach out to us and we can get you in touch with our partners or reach right out to folks like Paul and Robert and Amanda and Karen, because they're here to help and they want to help. They want to get your email and your call. So yeah, a lot of really great things on the prevention and treatment side being done in collaboration with operators and regulators. And I'm gonna unmute Larry here down in Akron in Summit County, because he said he wanted to mention some of his experience at the Mahoning Valley PGNO tour this past March. That was a really, really good one. We had a really big turnout attendee wise. Karen brought a number of folks from the Ohio Lottery Commission. Kathy Lenhart had a very large staff walk around with us. So not only did we have a really great tour of the gaming and racing side, but we had an in-depth discussion with the security team about carding and identification and other things like that. And then we had a great just roundtable discussion about a lot of what goes on. So I'm gonna find Larry here and allow Larry to talk. So Larry, you should be able to say some thoughts now. Can you hear us? You ready to go?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, excellent. Wonderful. Hi. Well, when I took the tour, I thought it was very informative. I like the way that they, they took us on the tour. First, they gave us a briefing, and then I learned that they separate individuals by age. I didn't know that there's a certain part of where I guess up until 21 with the horse racing. And if you're not over a certain age, you cannot come down to the main floor. And I also thought it was very, very informative about the voluntary exclusion program, because I didn't know about that. A lot of the average person, the most that they know about casinos is what they've either been told, what they saw on television, or what they heard. And so when they took us through the tour and they told us, they dispelled a lot of the facts, and they let us know, that one machine is not going, it's going to be hot at any time, more so than another, and then a lot of different myths and things that people will do that make them think that it brings them luck. And so, they really dispelled a lot of myths that are said about casinos. And I also thought it was very helpful that they train the staff so that if they recognize a person is having problems, they can help that person or attempt to help that person. And I also appreciate it when they let us know that they not only inside do they have the cameras and the people looking out, but also they scan the parking lot to make sure that there's no activities going on in the parking lot, such as somebody with an addiction problem maybe bring their children and leave their children in the car while they gamble. So I just thought it was very, very informative about responsible gambling.
Great. Thanks, Larry. Thank you for participating in the tour and giving us some of your thoughts and being on today. Lynn Berkey also types in, we're all available to help and act as a resource. That's what PGNO and ORG are all about. Well said, Lynn. We agree. So yeah, reaching out to anybody who's on today is a great idea. And then I unmuted Ken. Ken, if you wanted to say a few words about, I think you've done a few different of the venue tours.
How's that? Is that working?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I'll agree with Larry, especially with the separation, and the family section was very clean, very family oriented, even in the pricing, and seems to be very, interesting and exciting for parents to bring their kids there or other family members. But I wonder about the type, if you will, like branding, making this kind of a part of their kind of social structure or pastimes that could be problematic, especially if there is some family history. So maybe that's where a good piece of education would be, or I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but I did get the sense from all the staff at that particular facility, just a real interest and dedication to providing, a quality product, and also heavy on the education. They know the risks, but also want to present this type of entertainment from the security to the way they go about their business and the educational signs that were all over the place. I just was impressed with all of that. And especially, as I said before, the family and the way they separate. But I still wonder, as with any piece of family habits or family pastimes, what that might mean in the long run. So I suppose if the family has set limits and brief encounters, but that was one thing I came away with.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then Scott Anderson was going to chime in real quickly.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here and all this fantastic participation. I just wanted to say we did those environmental scans that Claire had spoken about. Once we had all that information, we took all that information back to the venues. We actually had meetings with the casinos and racinos and their staff, and we said, hey, we had people go through here. This is what we saw. This is what we found. And these are some areas that you guys are doing really well in, or these are some areas where, we think you should have some brochures over here. So all that information was shared back with the actual gaming venues. So, and as many people have said, and Mike has said over and over, other states and other communities do not share what we share here in Ohio. We have a fantastic working relationship with everyone that's presenting here, with everyone in the lottery, with the gaming, with the racinos, with the casinos, the regulators, all of our staff, the providers. It's really an amazing cooperation, I would say, rather than a coalition. It's a cooperation. So thanks everyone for being here.
Thank you, Scott. And if that is it for this section, thank you, Bruce and Claire and Stephanie, for sharing what you've done in collaboration with operators and regulators. And thank you, Ken and Larry and Scott, for chiming in. We want to hear from everyone. So that is how the parts of the continuum of care of prevention and treatment have collaborated. So we're going to move on and hear from Jess Stewart, who is with Project Turnabout in Minnesota and was a board member of the Problem Gambling Network of Ohio for a number of years. I will let Jess introduce himself a little bit more, but he has spoken at a number of state and national conferences and has been a great advocate for recovery and support over the years. And he's going to talk a little bit about his story and what he's done on the advocacy side and how he's worked with operation and regulation. And please, chat in questions or comments for Jess. But then when Jess is done, that'll also be kind of the end of the education or informational piece, if you will, of the training. And that'll move us into the panel. So then we'll be able to bring back questions and comments to all of the presenters as well. So we should be, I think I still have control. Is that right, Corey? Oh, nope. Move that back to Jess. So Jess, there is your opening slide, and then you have the next two with your thoughts on advocacy. And Jess, you were scheduled for 1:45, so we're right on time. So please take it away, sir. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Mike. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we have you.
Great. Let me start. I'm going to be brief in regards to the gambling side of my history. Most of the people on the call are aware of me and they know my story. But for those who are not, I was introduced to problem gambling or gambling as a whole at the age of 6. My father was an illegal sports bettor. So for the next approximately 11 years, sports betting was an everyday thing in my life. And it was just part of the normal routine in the household because my father would take me with him a lot of times to go and wherever it was that he chose to go on a given day, to his bookmaker to make his sports bets. So therefore, that was the introduction, and it was a constant, but things changed for me at the age of 17 when my mother passed away suddenly. Although she had been suffering from a long illness, it was unexpected. And I certainly didn't realize at the time, but it started for me a period of depression that lasted until just a few years ago, really. And when I moved out on my own at the age of 18, I really focused on trying to not necessarily forget, but not to dwell on her loss. And I did that through work and schooling. And that worked for a while until they built a dog racing track near where I lived. And reflecting now, I should have realized that I was definitely high risk for problem gambling, because then there would be 1 day a week where I would have off. The other 6 days I was either working or at school, and I would go to the dog track, and they always had the programs available for the next day, which I would pick up, and I would handicap the races, and usually there would be 3 or 4 races that I would focus on, but then I would go to the racetrack. And of course, I could not just focus on those 3 or 4 races. I had to bet on every single one of them. So that should have been a warning sign, but I didn't pick up on it, of course. And eventually, over time, my gambling continued to expand to other avenues, whether it be the lottery, whether it was bingo, whether it was horse racing, harness racing, whatever was present where I was living at that time. I moved to Ohio, and obviously horse racing was the big thing then, as I lived fairly close to Northfield and Thistledown at that time, and would spend as much of my free time there as possible. And then if casinos, of course, did not come into Ohio until 2012, but I found casinos in 1994 when I made a trip to Las Vegas. And that was the start of a downfall, a cycle that was not obviously an everyday thing, but I would go on gambling binges that would last several days to a week at a time. And every time that I would go back on a gambling binge, and that usually occurred about every 3 or 4 years, things got progressively worse and worse and worse, to the point where, fast forward to 2016, after returning from a gambling binge in Las Vegas, I had to go all the way to Las Vegas, even though there were now casinos open in Ohio, for the simple fact that that's where I got the emotional high. I couldn't replicate that in Ohio. I just did not get that feeling. And of course, as my gambling progressed, you seek that high. And so I would go out there. I spent a week, lost approximately $35,000, came home a broken individual. And it was at that point that I basically was on the verge of suicide. I told my wife, I said, I need help. And if I don't get it, I'm going to kill myself. So I started reaching out and looked for inpatient treatment. I did not think that individual treatment at that time was going to be enough for me, considering my history. And I searched around and I found a treatment facility in Granite Falls, Minnesota. And the place that I went to treatment is called Project Turnabout. And I'll tell you a little bit more of how I came to come back to here a little bit later on. But I was here in 2016 at Project Turnabout, and they were basically just wonderful. I was able to learn everything about my gambling, what my triggers were, what my red flags and warning signs were. And I left here a totally different person than what I was. And it was that point where once I returned to Ohio in 2016, I started to think about what I could do to identify in Ohio ways that I could become involved and where I could advocate for those that are still suffering from this particular illness and disease. So the definition for advocacy is the act of pleading or arguing in favor of something, such as a cause, idea, or policy. In essence, advocacy is actively supporting something important to you. And needless to say, this became a very important thing for me. Project Turnabout gave me my life back. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And so I wanted to do what I could when I returned to Ohio to find ways to help destigmatize this addiction. And so I reached out, did some research, and the first two individuals that came to be was Derek Longmire, who is the executive director of PG&O, and Stacy Fraunhoppel-Hassan at OMAS. And that started a relationship, as Mike said, that got me involved with PG&O. I joined PG&O first. Stacy, I was able to tell her my story. She invited me to one of the state conferences. Individuals there heard my story, told me that I should become more involved. So I did. I decided to apply for a board position at PG&O because I felt that I could provide a unique insight to problem gambling because not only had I lived it, I was recovering from it. And I felt that there was a way that I could help look at situations and balance and just interpret things a little differently from those that are, specifically in recovery and prevention and things like that. Because I have to say it, if you haven't lived it, there's no way you can fully understand it. So, oops, let me back up here. I lost the screen. All right, it's not changing here. Mike, can you fix that to go to the next slide? Okay, thank you. So as it says in all its forms, advocacy seeks to ensure that people, particularly those who are most vulnerable in society, are able to have their voice heard on issues that are important to them. Defend and safeguard their rights, have their views and wishes genuinely considered when decisions are being made about their lives. And when I read that and started contemplating it and thinking of it, I wanted to be that individual because when it comes to problem gambling, let's face it, those, even those that are in recovery, they tend to run to a program like GA and they don't speak out about the issue. And that's okay. They may have many reasons that they choose not to talk about it. It could be job related or it could be family related. Who's to say? But all I know was that for me personally, that wasn't an option. I felt I had a moral obligation to speak out on the issues of problem gambling because I know that it kills people. I know that I was near suicide. I've known and read stories of people that did commit suicide over their gambling. I spoke at the state conference earlier this year in Ohio, and the person that I asked to be my partner for that session, his son committed suicide. And it's just an issue that I was not about to remain silent on. And so why did I choose to really become involved in Ohio? Well, a couple of people have already talked about it a little bit, especially the Ohio model. It is unique. And Mike was right, and I think he was even being humble that said most don't have what we have. I don't think there is any other state in this country that has what Ohio has. There's just not the level of collaboration and cooperation and compassion for those that have this issue. Ohio ORG, Ohio for Responsible Gambling. It's unique. I mean, what can you say when you have the Casino Control Commission, the State Racing Commission, the Ohio Lottery Commission working with us for this fight? It's just not out there. Ohio should be proud of that. And all of you who take part in that should be proud of that. I know that for the last 3 years, I've been proud to be part of that. And don't think that I'm going to go away just because that I'm here now in Minnesota. As Derek knows, I've already sent him a little piece of information recently. So I fully intend to stay involved where I can. I'm certainly going to continue to monitor what goes on in Ohio. My heart is still in Ohio. My new home and my new job is here in Minnesota, but it's still important to me of what's going on. And hopefully I can bring a little bit of the Ohio model to Minnesota. They could certainly use it. There's a total disconnect in this state. But one of the reasons that I had to choose to leave Ohio was a job opportunity that was just too good to pass up. And I'm back here now in Minnesota and working at Project Turnabout, the very place that saved my life 4+ years ago. On a daily basis, now I can talk to and work with some of the same, clients, individuals, people that are suffering from various addictions, not only problem gambling, which is the unit that I will be working on most of the time, but also those that are dealing with alcohol addictions, drug addictions. So I'm sort of going to be their cheerleader. I'm going to be encouraging these individuals to stay in recovery, to do all the things that I did in order to be able to say that I've been clean now for the past 4+ years. And it's a daily focus for me. And, I love the fact that I'm part of a state, or was part of a state like Ohio, that works diligently and very hard to make sure that there are people, the people that are out there that are suffering, that they do have protections and safeguards in place. And so my advocacy in Ohio was pretty wide ranging, I guess you could say. I've done, this, as Mike said, I've done speaking engagements and seminars and webinars and all that, but I've also spoken to individual groups, senior citizens groups. I've did TV interviews. I've did op-eds to newspapers. I've written letters to congressmen, state legislators, federal legislators, just trying to do everything that I can to make sure that individuals that continue to suffer have protections. And I moved, I want to talk about one particular circumstance that came to attention. And this also shows where someone like me, who is just an individual who had a gambling problem, but whose opinion was respected across the continuum of care in Ohio, whether it was PG&O or the lottery or wherever it was, can make a difference. And that's where working together and fighting the good fight comes into play. Collaboration works. Recovery can work, but it takes all of us working together to make it happen. Recently, there was a web campaign or a television advertising campaign that the Ohio Lottery did in regards to their scratch-off lottery tickets, and it was called Scratch Your Way Out. Well, the interpretation that I got from it when I first saw that advertisement was pretty clear in my mind as someone recovering from problem gambling. To a problem gambler, they would have interpreted differently than I did, because it didn't say scratch your way out of boredom. It said scratch your way out. I fully understood what the Ohio Lottery was trying to promote. And I stated that in an email that I sent to Nicole Costora and Karen Russo at the lottery, and basically said, I think we have a problem here, because when I hear scratch your way out, the first thing that comes to mind is scratch your way out of debt. And that's not the message that I know that they intended to portray. However, that was the message that came across. I got an immediate response from Nicole and Karen within probably an hour or so. And I know Derek sent this pretty much the same thing. And they said, we understand. I can see how that might be misconstrued. Let us take it to our marketing department and see what we can do about that. And the next month, they changed it. It's basically the same premise, but instead of scratch your way out, it was called take a scratch break. Now, that is working together. That is what makes a difference. That is why I was proud to be a part of the Ohio model, proud to be a part of PG&O, proud to be associated with OMOS, the Ohio Lottery, all of those, absolutely all of them, because that's what it takes, is a coalition, collaboration, cooperation, and commitment. And that's a lot of C's, but I could throw a couple more out there. But it's unique to Ohio, and I love that. But others need to kind of incorporate that into their own states. And I know maybe I also want to talk about the voluntary exclusion program. Ohio set the bar when it comes to that. I've personally have taken individuals into a casino for the exclusive purpose of voluntarily excluding themselves because they had gambling issues. Very recently, as a matter of fact, right before I moved to here in Minnesota, I took someone who had a gambling problem, had taken money from his employer. Fortunately, he called me the day that he did it, and we were able to get that money replaced. It was his money that he utilized to replace. So he didn't borrow, and I certainly didn't give it to him. I didn't want to enable in any way, but he recognized it, and he realized that this was a potential issue. Obviously, he could have lost his job. He could have lost his freedom. And let me tell you, I know what that's like too, because in 2000, I spent 3 years incarcerated because of my gambling issues and things that I did. And I didn't want to see him go down that road. That's why I do what I do today, yesterday, and tomorrow. That's why I became involved in Ohio. And I already knew early on that they had a great model to look after. And so what's still to do in Ohio? Well, there's a lot of things, but much fewer than what other states have. They continue to work to make things better. And evidence of that was programs like VEP and programs like ORG and programs like Warm Transfer, to where clients were able to potentially talk with a professional at an earlier time frame. They didn't have to wait, if they called on a Friday, till Monday to potentially talk to someone about their problem. That's progress. And I was proud to be a part of that. I think there's still room to grow. I think Mike and everyone that's on this call knows that there's still room to grow when it comes to problem gambling services. And I know that they're going to do everything that they can to do that. And I'm just going to close by saying that I'm grateful to everyone that, sorry, I'm going to get a little emotional here. that I've had the opportunity to work with for the last 3 years. It was humbling, and it was an honor and a privilege to be a part of a team, statewide team that puts people like me first. Yes, I'm in recovery. I've got 4.5 years, but there are many, many out there that are still in the shadows, who don't have a voice, who rely on people like you. And I'm grateful that you're there for them. And that's all I have. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Jess. That was really inspiring, I think, for all of us to keep, as you say, fighting the good fight. You've been an immensely important part of that fight over the past few years, not only with sharing your story, but what comes along with that, which is sharing your thoughts and your insight, because that's just as important, because you have such great insight into what has been done and what is still needed. And we will keep up that fight to progress, because like you said, we are very proud of everything that has happened and what we have going on, but we're not gonna settle for 14 warm transfer calls a month, because we want 20, 25, 50 a month. And we know that you had some really great thoughts about the warm transfer shouldn't just be for a caller to a clinician, but there should also be that advocate portion as well. And we very much plan on, when the clinical side is stable for warm transfer, to get a peer line going as well, so someone can talk to a recovery advocate and a peer as opposed to a clinician, because there could be barriers to that. Talking to a clinician could be intimidating. Thinking about just getting to the point of, maybe I have a problem, maybe I need to reach out, and immediately I'm talking to a clinician. People might think that they're in some sort of impromptu therapy session, and that can be intimidating. So we're very much looking towards, down the line, getting to that peer line, which you advocated for. So we're not gonna stop being in touch with you, that's for sure. And we appreciate you giving us your time, one last time, at least till the next time, because I'm sure we'll be talking again. And I got some thoughts here in the chat for you, Jess. Thank you, Jess. What a class act. We appreciate you. Great insight. Thank you, Jess. Amazing story. You made my week with your passionate example. Peer line, amazing idea. So everyone from the entire attendee and panelist list really thanks you for being on and sharing your insight, because I think you gave us really good insight into what we've been saying since 10 a.m., which is why we all work together. And, I think your commercial example is great for anyone out there. If you see something that you think one of us could improve, whether it's the Casino Control Commission, the Lottery Commission, it could be PGNO or Ohio Moss. If we have some sort of message or some sort of language that doesn't resonate well, let us know, because we all work together and we can change those things. So thank you very much again.
Let me just say real quick, that's interesting you bring that up, because I'm of the old school. If you see something, say something, and I'm not shy about doing that. And I'm going to hold you to some of those things, like the peer line, because like I said, I'm not going away. I'm only a phone call away at any time. Even though I'm not necessarily affiliated with PGNO on the board right now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to be distant in any way. I even actually, somebody mentioned it earlier, but when they were talking about how the casinos are continuing to just rake in the revenue. Last March, even, one of the thoughts that I had moving forward was the fact of, I was already looking ahead to the next state conference, because that's just the way I am and the way I think. And the actual material that I was talking about utilizing, as far as was gambling on the rise in Ohio, the numbers don't lie. And here it's been proven just in the last couple of months and in the data of how people continue to, even in the midst of COVID and everything else, they're flocking to the casinos and the racinos and spending money. So I'm not going to it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Well, consider this the invite to be on the planning committee when we get to that point and have our first call on how are we going to set that up. We'll give you a call because we'll need your insight for sure.
Right.
Well, great. That takes us through partners and through the continuum of care. So we are on our panel now. So if our panelists, our speakers want to pop back on with their cameras, we have some questions here from us and from our attendees. And attendees, please continue to send in questions or comments for any of the speakers today. Let me get to some that we have here already. Where did my document go? Right here. I wanted to ask Paul. I had this thought, and I saved it for the end because I knew on one of Amanda's slides was the pictures of the front and the back of the Get Set Before You Bet campaign rack card. And I wanted you to, if you can, maybe just touch a little bit more on the look and the feel of Player's Edge, because I thought you put it really interestingly that, this looks like a players club, and you said that's exactly what it's supposed to look like. And I think that's really interesting because a big part of the success of Be the 95% and then the Get Set Before You Bet campaign has been that it's a positive message and that it's not a negative message. And that, I think back to problem gambling campaigns mirrored that of old, nicotine campaigns where there'd be a cigarette with the circle and the line through it. I mean, you would see poker chips or decks of cards with a line through it that are very negative, very anti. And, being realistic, someone inside of a casino or racino probably isn't going to walk over to the brochures and pick that up because it's so in your face and so overt. So I think a big part of the statewide campaign has been that it's a positive message, before you bet, do these things, be prepared, be informed. And that's what the Player's Edge is. It's being informed and playing smart. So can you just talk a little bit more about why that's successful, the look and feel of it, because someone can pick up a brochure about the casino and about Hard Rock, and right next to it is something that can be informative and helpful to them without a bright light saying, people with problems apply here.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Michael. I actually love talking about this topic, and it's the kind of effective communications are part of what I've done my entire career. And so I will say a few sort of key relevant observations related to this. So first of all, no matter what your organization is and no matter what you're communicating, it's very important to think about what your message is, who your audience is, and how you are reaching them. So so we're a casino. I will talk about Player's Edge in that context. But if you're one of the organizations that are on this event here, how does your message? How is it going to reach people in the most effective way? So something that has a negative tone might work if it's the right context. If you are doing a campaign that is going to reach people in a certain way, that might be the right way to go. In the case of casinos and trying to give people responsible gambling education information, when they are there to play games and to distract themselves, you need to be able to get their attention and put your communications in a way that's going to break through with them and they're going to notice it. That's your objective, get people to notice it. And so if that's what we're going to need to do to be effective, then we have to make it look like something they want to see. And so as we were marketing, and we did some research both with players and with employees, and one of our employees who's giving us feedback on it said, this is a bait and switch. You're actually saying to the person, I'm going to give you an edge that sounds like, a way to win in the casino. And I said, yeah, that's exactly right. because otherwise it's going to become invisible and they're not going to pay attention to it. So do research to the extent that you can, and research doesn't have to be expensive. You can just bounce it off people, put together informal groups and get feedback on things. So that's a critical piece of it. And then another thing for us was we wanted it to work with the Hard Rock brand. So Players Edge has been designed the Hard Rock with our other marketing materials because we want it to be aligned with that. And again, we want and they're relating to the way we communicate that way. This has to fit in with that overall visual and tonal scheme, if you will. So I'll stop there. Hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Mike, can I just add real quick that what you said with get set before you bet, that was such a really great thing to say. And we actually augmented our responsible gaming collateral on the floor with those brochures as well, and those rack cards. So those were available to our patrons, and we got really great response on that.
Great. Yeah, that's what they're there for. Absolutely. And since I have Paul and Robert, here's I guess 2 questions, and you can split them up or each answer both of them. What is one thing you'd want prevention and treatment professionals to know about the work that you do? And what is one thing you'd want your staff to know about the prevention and treatment work being done in Ohio?
Robert, you can please go first.
I appreciate that. What a great question, because I you know, as you all know, Mike and Derek and Amanda, who's my regulator, and I got to be careful what I say here because I don't want her to find me for any reason whatsoever. And I'm kidding about that. Is we really came to the first one in 2013. The compliance people understand how we operate in the state. I don't report to the property president. The property president doesn't have the ability to fire me, to give me a raise, anything of that nature. That's corporate. So I can take a look at this property from a regulatory standpoint completely honestly. That saying with responsible gaming is that we don't want to be looked at like, oh, hey, these compliance people are here kind of like in boiler room. We're just here to have a job and we don't care. We absolutely care, and we look to the professionals for this. I love working with Mike Rosen and Derek and Mike and Corey, who's come down, and Amanda and Karen and everybody. You guys give some really great ideas about how we can approach and say, these are our friends. They're here to help team members. So they can answer questions about what they provide to a patron, that we're not enemies in this, that we are absolutely collaborative partners, and this is what we can share. And Paul can probably say that much better than I.
I get that, Robert, but I will just try to add to what you've said and say, I'll focus on what we want our employees to know. They and I mentioned in our training, they need to understand what the services are that are available, what a great network that you have in Ohio, and that they should have confidence in that. And then beyond that, with that as the foundation, we actually would like to increase the exposure of our team members to different events, opportunities, initiatives that all the different groups are undertaking, so that it becomes part of their everyday normal and that they think about it. And then beyond that, it's for us to motivate our team members to have that conversation and recommend the services. That's not an easy thing, or not something that's done simply or a short period of time, but building into the culture, that makes all the difference. And properties where this stuff is done effectively, you will see greater traffic going to the treatment providers, greater information being handed out. And so Robert and we have metrics around distribution of collateral pieces and handoffs that we're going to be tracking, because that is part of our performance. That's part of what we need to do. But the foundation is having great services like you do in Ohio, and just making everybody know that that's part of what their job is.
Great, thank you. This isn't directed towards a specific person, but I think it could go to, again, either Robert, Paul, or Amanda, or Karen. The question is there collaboration amongst different operators when developing responsible gambling programming and training?
I think that, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yay, I fixed it, I think. So I think from my standpoint, at the lottery and working with ORG is if in fact every property has a program for training, for reinforcement, but if they don't have a branded program, they typically reach out to the regulator or ORG. Now that we all know each other fairly well, they reach out for that marketing information and collateral. I know for the Ohio Lottery, we enforce the employee training with a video. So although each property is required to have employee training, we've developed a video that reinforces the message again with specific examples. So I guess, that's just another add-on. But the properties, I don't know necessarily if Penn is sharing with Hard Rock in that respect.
And just from my side, and I'm sure Amanda and Paul have some good things. This is one where we do cooperate. So like I just recently was talking to one of my counterparts at a different property about a little bit about Player's Edge, about how we do things. So at least from my standpoint, this is not something we try to hide or not sharing a certain what we do financially or what have you. This is something that's completely open, and I've found the other casinos to be very open as I've reached out to them to ask for things, and vice versa.
And on that note, they do really share discussions about the voluntary exclusion program. So I know that the compliance officers in Ohio do talk about the program and what they've experienced on site with each other. So that part I do know takes place as well.
If I could add one thing very quickly, just at and that's the important discussion, I think, what goes on in Ohio. At a national level, we have the American Gaming Association, which undertakes initiatives that are important. So for example, with sports wagering, the AGA has already created a code for sports marketing, which I think is actually quite a reputable code. I've been involved with this kind of stuff for a while, and I think it's a very good code. It is an industry-led code for sure, but we also have a review process where customers can complain. So I realize sports is still not yet in Ohio, but the day that it comes, there will be this code that is an industry code that has a complaint mechanism. So if a consumer does not like an ad, and there was a great example given about the Ohio lottery ad that there was great feedback given by Jess on that, and there was a change. This mechanism is being created at a national level for sports wagering, which would not supersede any, of course, regulatory requirements that came from any jurisdiction, of course, but it's the kind of thing that the industry can help each other be effective on. So when sports launches, you can look for that. And there's other things too, but I just picked that one example.
Awesome. Thank you. Fantastic. Any other questions? Corey, I think you had some come in to you. Do you have further questions? I didn't see it.
Yeah. I had a question for Robert and Paul as well. When I was there, you guys talked a little bit about the sound checks that you do to continually touch on RG and Player's Edge. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about that, just outside of your yearly training and how you continually hit on these RG pieces.
And let Paul talk in a broader sense. So we have something at Hard Rock that's called sound check. So we get together for a 15-minute time period. All the departments do, and it's a way for them to quickly put out information about what's happening in each of their departments. Part of the great Player's Edge here is that we will use that time to talk with all levels of people. Hey, this is what's new happening in the state with problem gaming. Hey, I used it the other day when I said, hey, we had a great response from PG&O and from the state. They came here, they reviewed our training and sat in a couple of sessions and all. So it's a real quick 15-minute punctuated specific topic that we talk about. So in the future, which will be exciting, is, hey, we're going to have the cat house here this day. Hey, we're going to have these individuals here for our gaming week or other times on the floor. Paul.
The other thing I'll add to that is And thanks for bringing it up, Corey, because I should have mentioned this in the presentation as part of our reinforcement and culture building. So we train all employees that you need to understand what these education messages are. You need to be able to have these conversations. Unless you reinforce it, it's not necessarily going to take. So every 6 to 8 weeks, Robert leads the team on site with activities that are going on. And with that period, there's a new message. And so Robert talked about some local things. We also will say, oh, here's the myth that we're addressing this month. And here's some information for you. And we're reminding you, we want you to have these conversations. You need to do that consistently and persistently if you're going to change culture. So that's the purpose of that.
Mike, I'd like to back up a minute when you asked what we would like from the clinicians, or what in terms of training, or so I think it's really important for all of us to be able to train employees to understand and relay. And I brought Scotty Anderson in for this, as a matter of fact, too, is what the frontline workers can tell somebody what to expect. If somebody wants to know who's going to answer on the other end of that helpline, or what is it like if I go into treatment? It's important for us to be able to understand, to relay that through the training for employees to kind of know in case they're asked, it's not that bad, or,
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Understand the process.
Yeah, Karen, I mean, you had, OLC had so many folks at the conference last year, so I don't remember who said this to me. Although it could have been Nick, because Nick was kind of new at that time. They said I was asking different people on that last day, what did you like? What didn't you like? What would you like to see next year? And one of the OLC, it could have been Mike, by the way, was, what would be great would be a session from a clinician or two, very bare bones, very 101. What are the steps into treatment? So I could tell somebody, when you call, this is what an appointment usually looks like. This is what the first session is going to be, because they said, once I hand them off and once I refer them to, recovery resources or Maryhaven, then I have no idea what goes on. I have nothing else to give. I know the resources, I know the services, I know how to hand them off, but I don't know what happens after that. So I think that would be a really cool session that we could do. And then, just something, maybe it's recorded, it's a webinar, something, so you could continually use it. So they have that just at least foundational knowledge of what it's like to go through a screening and an assessment at an agency and what they could expect out of a first encounter, because it would be scary. And that's one thing that's great about, I think, the reversal side of the VEP coming back, because they have to have that clinical experience at least once. And it's something that's great about the warm transfer, that before they ever decide they want to go into treatment, they can talk to a clinician just to hear that it's not so scary. It's not, they're not alone. So those are all great examples of what could be involved in a session like that maybe we can record for retailers, for Racino people, Racino staff, to have just a little bit more, knowledge on what that first encounter would be like.
And we, of course, train our staff. They are not counselors. I am not a counselor.
Yeah, I'm not a counselor.
But to have that knowledge, I think, is beneficial.
Definitely. Corey, Derek, anything else coming in on your end? Questions, comments for all of our speakers?
Yeah, I had another question about VEP. I was curious as to how VEPs had been adapted during COVID, and if there's any plans to keep any of those adaptations after the pandemic and things kind of go back to being in person.
Sure, so I'll speak to this one a little bit. So during the time of COVID, obviously for a little while, our casinos and racinos were completely shut down. They are back open right now. But during the time that they were shut down, for the most part, we didn't actually receive, I believe we received maybe one or two individuals who wanted to enroll even when the properties were shut down. So one thing that we did is we went virtual. So we're now doing VEP intakes by Skype session, or we use Microsoft Teams, but this kind of face-to-face interaction where we can still verify identity of an individual wanting to sign up and have important conversations about if they're doing it voluntarily, making sure, they aren't on anything, intoxicated at the time, or doing this responsibly. So that's something that we moved to, and it's so far worked out really well. So it's something that I believe we plan to continue to move forward and have at least in some capacity in the future. Right now, our agents, where they used to be able to go offsite and meet as an individual at a cafe, one of the counselor's offices, something like that. Due to union concerns and COVID concerns, we can't send our people off site right now. So that's also something that, even though the properties are open, the virtual intakes have been very useful for. So that's something hopefully we will continue to do. We've only have a limited capacity right now because there's only a few of us doing them. But going forward, maybe training more individuals to be able to do those and have those interactions may be great.
Do you feel like there have been less or more, or have there been a change in the number of people who have entered the program since COVID?
Sure. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. We've seen, especially at first, even before the properties came back open, a rush for individuals to actually remove themselves from the program. And so that's been interesting. There have been more removals still. I'd say removals are up for us. So people who would like to get off the program and to go back into play has certainly accelerated. We've seen more individuals violate at a higher rate than before. So, I mean, we are in a time where mental health is certainly a bit unstable, and we're seeing a lot of mental health challenges across the board. So I think we're seeing that translate a lot into VEP and what we see there. So.
And it does take a little bit of time to remove yourself, and we have adjusted on the removals for if somebody would like to be removed and they cannot do it virtually, that application needs to be notarized. So those individuals that signed up on the statewide program, new program, their 1 year was up, let's say in March. They were eligible to remove themselves from the 1 year timeframe agreement. But that is also not an easy process to do. And then even when they sign their name on the paper, it takes a good week or two for them to get confirmation before they can even go on a property.
So sorry, so so are people, like, let's say that they put themselves on for 1 year or for 5 years, at the end of that time period, they don't automatically, like, they don't just come off a list, like they actually have to then go back to the property and request to take themselves off?
Yes, so that's always been the case in the program. No one ever automatically falls off voluntary exclusion. So they're made aware of that when they sign up. They do have to fill out a removal application to come off. So we have a lot of individuals who choose once their, say, 1 year is up, that they don't want to come off the program. So they just don't remove themselves and stay enrolled. So it's always been something we wanted to make sure that people had to contemplate making the choice to go back to the property. So that's why that's in place. It's never something that automatically ends.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. Is that type of data broken out by like county? Like, is that data that like I could get just to use for determining like how many people are on that program from year to year? I didn't know if that information was just like widely available.
Yes, so we have certain statistics that we keep to report out to the public. Obviously, it is a completely confidential program, so we never give out, names or information like that. But we will give out statistics, and that's certainly something. If you want a county-specific report, there are certain. I would have to see exactly what I could pull, but I could certainly configure some reports for the county.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Cheyenne has a question that she's going to ask, and then I'll read one from Larry. Cheyenne, go ahead.
Hi. So my question, I guess, is for Jess. So I was just wondering, especially, if PG&O, when we, start looking to recruit people for like the peer line for the warm transfer, or just in general, what kind of advice would you give to someone who's in recovery that's maybe interested in sharing their story or just getting involved in advocacy?
Question.
Well, as I said earlier, unfortunately, there's only a small number of individuals that it seems that feel the type of obligation that I did to involve themselves to where they're open and honest and speak about their addiction or want to in any way basically help others. They're focused on themselves and their recovery. And, I do respect that. I believe that there are individuals out there who would be willing to do that. One of the best places probably to reach out to would be to the local chapters of GA and see if they have any individuals within their midst that would consider doing something like that, where they're, it's so open right now with COVID and everything. I mean, I can give you a website that you could go to, and basically you could find a GA meeting every hour of every day, 24/7, 365, not only here in the United States, but in some cases around the world. Some people, they like to protect themselves, but I do believe that there are individuals within those rooms that, given the opportunity, would be, because they may have sponsored someone in GA, they might be open to doing something like that, to where they would take part to be a peer counselor or supporter, to where they would volunteer their time to talk to someone, if they get calls on a weekend or however it tends to be set up in Ohio.
Thank you. Larry asks, are there any services offered to those who are incarcerated for gambling related crimes? Big question. I can say that during my time at Recovery Resources, myself, Nabil, who's on today, both with other colleagues, did programming, education programming around problem gambling in the Cuyahoga County Jail. I know a number of other prevention and education type programs go on in many of those facilities. Nicole Vercondo, who is at the Mansfield Correctional Facility this year, is involved in our fellowship program, and she's one of our warm transfer clinicians. She is working on getting better screening involved in that facility for problem gambling. So there are some services. Some states even have gambling courts. So some have gambling as a specialty docket inside of something like a drug court. Other ones are actually gambling specific courts. Ohio has had conversations and meetings around that. When those pick up again, I don't know. It would be great. That's something that would be nice, but there are other states that have those. I don't know if anyone else on the call wants to add some further discussion to that. Scott's raising his hand. Okay.
Stacy and I have been battling this. I'm embarrassed to say that the recovery services staff in the institutions are employees of mental health and addiction services. And we have been fighting this battle with them for a couple of years now. About a year and a half ago, we were able to get in and do a 1-day, 6-hour training with all the recovery services staff and all the clinical people. And we've opened the door. Like Mike said, that Nicole is on the fellowship right now. She's at the Mansfield Correctional Institution. We've had 20 or 30 people from corrections come through the trainings over the years. So we have made inroads. We are fighting that fight on a regular basis, and we continue to try to get this as part of the screening process in their assessments within the institutions. It's something we've been working on, and you know, we've made some progress, but embarrassingly not a lot.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Something too. And it kind of goes with what you're saying, Scott. I was able to get into a privately owned prison, Core Civic, and I had to kind of go through the back door though to be able to get in there and provide those services. So I ended up becoming a volunteer, and then I was able then to come into the recovery services that were being offered and offered a gambling group. We provided screenings to the inmates, different things like that, but it was definitely a very difficult process to do that. And obviously I'm not doing it anymore because of COVID. And then the person, my contact there had resigned and went elsewhere. So I'm kind of in that stuck with that right now, not going anywhere. But one thing that I did do too at that prison is they offered like health fairs where community people would come in, and I had a table there too, and would be part of that health fair to kind of do whatever we could to try to get some of that information about gambling in there. And then when it comes to the prison too, it's a completely different culture of gambling. It looks completely different than gambling in civilian life, you know? So it's definitely a lot of things that I learned and stuff on what that's like, and the things that they bet on, and how betting is a big part of the prison system. So thank you.
And I will say that I totally agree with Stephanie. In my local districts, we don't have a prison, but we do have our local jails. And so I do go into both of our local jails and do presentations on a monthly basis to their treatment groups, to their, I forget what they're called. It's 3 letters, whatever it is. I go into their drug alcohol treatment groups, but I also sit on our local reentry coalition. And I've done some just informational presentations to those who are already doing services within the jails. I've worked with people at the jails doing screening tools as well. And so I think those kinds of things have definitely been helpful to have that conversation with that population. I will also add in there that risky business is another curricula that is actually good for juvenile detention. I have struggled with getting into my juvenile detentions, but I've used that program when I used to work in Akron, and I really liked it. And it definitely focuses on gambling prevention with young people in the system, but it also talks about other risky behaviors as well. So that's another great resource too.
Thank you, Claire. And I just want to add that this topic is near and dear to my heart. And I think that it is, I'm not going to say on my bucket list before I retire, but it's definitely on my agenda before I retire from this capacity anyhow, to see problem gambling either added to the Veterans Court or the drug court in the screening process so that we can move forward with the proper treatment. So this will not be a lost cause here. We will continue to pursue this topic. And I know we've had different training sessions with probation officers for years now. We have attempted to integrate this into the discussions at the court. But the real issue is introducing a gambling court, you have to establish numbers. And it's very difficult to establish those numbers when somebody is in drug court or in a veterans court, you know, for other criminal or whatever convictions they might be undergoing. But it can easily be incorporated into those specialty docket courts, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to go off of that is also, you know, proving that the crime was gambling related. You know, this crime was committed because of a gambling addiction. Could be difficult, and also, even if you can, then again, the numbers, the amount of that, absolutely. All really great questions. We have just a couple of kind of closing slides, thanking everyone and letting you know of upcoming events. But we do have one last one. Stephanie, can you post your information, please? Would love to speak with you about your experience. Stephanie, that's from Nicole. So I think that's Nicole at Mansfield. So she might want to talk to you. Creating connections, that's what we're all about. Corey, can you share the slides again so we can finish out our great big training for the day?
Let me just say thanks to everybody for being on. This has been really, really great. Thanks to everybody involved. This has been a great way to spend a day.
Yeah, and we were just going to say, if you know, a big thank you to everyone that spoke. A big thank you to everyone that was on and had comments and questions for our speakers and panelists. Collaboration and connection drives Ohio's success. That's what we do, collaborate and connect. If we haven't connected yet, let's connect. Corey's going to talk a little bit about PGNO membership, but reach out to us, reach out to anyone else that was speaking today. If you have further questions, if you want to follow up, like we said, we kind of beat it over your heads, but everyone's here to help out and share information. So if we haven't connected and you need to learn more or want to learn more, please let us know. So thank you to Bruce and Stephanie and Claire and Jess and Karen and Amanda and Paul and Robert. Thank you so much for being here. And Corey, I'll turn it over to you to kind of take us out for the afternoon.
Sure, thanks a lot. Definitely want to highlight some of the upcoming events that we have coming up. We have a case presentation featuring Megan Cunningham from the Zeff Center. She was also a recent graduate of the fellowship that we've alluded to a few times. That is taking place this Friday. The registration for that is free. It will be from 12 to 1:30. It will feature an educational piece that will match the case in the beginning, and then Megan will present her case that will feature and discuss screening tools, assessment and treatment strategies, and also walk the audience through what a clinical encounter looks like. So that was 1.5 CEUs taking place on this Friday. We also have our stage 1 training coming up the first week of December. It's going to be December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So Wednesday through Friday from 10 to 3 with, again, kind of structured as today was, with an hour break from 12 to 1. Stage 1 is an introductory training to gambling and problem gambling that provides 12 hours of continuing education. It's gambling specific education that focuses on risks, warning signs, at-risk populations, and comorbidities. This is actually going to be our last stage 1 training before our more clinically focused stage 2 training in January. So this is going to be the last opportunity to take advantage of that, especially with the simplicity of the virtual format. You can sign on from anywhere. Sometimes these take place in certain corners of the state. So with it being virtual, it's much more accessible to folks to be able to take advantage of that. Also, our conference registration is now open for the 18th Annual Ohio Problem Gambling Conference. It will take place virtually. No surprise there to most people. It's going to be on Tuesdays and Thursdays in March as a way for us to celebrate Problem Gambling Awareness Month. As always, it'll feature national experts, state and local leaders. It will have presentations that span the entire continuum of care and also span the entire gambling support service system. Our call for presentations is still open. So the planning committee is still accepting presentation proposals up until December 4th. So if you or someone you know is interested in presenting at the state conference, then definitely be sure to submit a proposal. I want to also touch on membership just briefly. We've talked a lot about connecting and how important connection is in the Ohio model and, with PG&O and all the partners. And we think membership is an equally as important part of that. And so just want to kind of hit on a few of the benefits of membership to PG&O. We offer 3 levels of membership. That's just, individual membership, a joint membership with the National Council of Problem Gambling, and then also an organizational membership. Some of the benefits, we offer free ethics to members during our post-conference sessions, also free webinars and training discounts. Members were able to receive this training today for free. Also different resources, members only newsletters, networking opportunities such as the PG&O annual meeting at our state conference. So definitely be sure to get involved. We can obviously make a difference, with more people, and a bigger difference with more people. And as much as we talk about collaboration and connectivity today, it's definitely very valuable and important to be involved in PG&O.
Great. Well, that closes out our session today. Responsible gambling in Ohio venues, collaboration across the continuum of care. Thank you again for all that took the time and energy to, create slides and create information and share all that information. We had a long training today, and just thank you so much. It was a big group, so it was a big team effort. Thank you again so much for being involved, taking the time and energy to support our workforce. And thank you for everyone that attended and great questions, great comments. Wish Jess luck up in Minnesota, and we look forward to seeing you all again in a virtual format soon. And we look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully sooner than later. Check out some of our upcoming events that Corey shared with you, and stay safe and healthy. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you.